Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner. We're here to bring you more coverage. Oh, you know what I realized I did? I have to fix a light. We're here to bring you more coverage of the war in Iran. And I need about, I would say, about 8 seconds. If you give me 8 seconds, I need to just... There's one lighting thing I didn't do. Hold on 8 seconds, guys. That might have been like 6 seconds. I wasn't exaggerating. Okay, that's better. That's better. So we're going to bring you updates here. President Trump today saying that claiming that the U.S. Destroyed the biggest bridge in Iran. It certainly does appear that the U.S. destroyed a bridge in Iran, and he actually said to, I saw this report. Yeah, Time said that the news outlet Time said today that Trump said to Time this morning that we just blew up their 3 big bridges last night. I don't know about the other 2, but it looks like at least one was blown up, although BBC Verify and also Iranian state media claims this bridge was under construction. So we're going to talk about this. Yeah, President, again, and hat tip to OSINT Technical for finding the Time story. At Time, again, Time said that they talked to President Trump this morning, and President Trump said, we just blew up their 3 big bridges last night. Can we talk about the Pam Bondi firing? Yeah, maybe a little later. The stream really isn't about that. So we can talk about it a little later on. President Trump announced that Pam Bondi, he's saying that she's transitioning to a new job in the private sector. So, lots of reporting out there say she was fired. Fox News at one point was saying she was fired. There was a bunch of reporting yesterday floating around that she was going to be let go. So again, I really don't want to focus on that right now. Maybe we can talk about it later. But again, let's focus on the war for now, and maybe we can talk about it a little later on. Yeah, literally Fox News, the story on Fox News says President Trump fired Pam Bondi. Okay, now, I want to show you what Iran state media... Let's start by talking about this bridge. And I'm not saying that's not an important story. I think it is an important story. It's just, I want to keep our focus. If we get off talking about that, then we won't talk about the war. That's what we're mainly here to talk about. So maybe we can talk about that a little later. I can only talk about one thing at a time. By the way, thanks so much to Thomas P0419 from Sweden, gave 50 people memberships in the chat already. Thank you so much, Thomas. That's really kind of you. Make sure you thank Thomas if you got a membership from him. And shout out to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical here, and Ruth is here. Thank you to both of them. They're moderating over on YouTube. We have I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And hang on a moment here. Oop, I'm hearing two of myself. Iran state media. Let's start by talking about this bridge. Now, where am I hearing? Why am I hearing two? Oh, I see. Hang on a moment here. I figured it out. I figured out in a second you will stop hearing this. K. Larry Body is moderating. Margaret Riley is moderating on Facebook. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kathy Arba Merritt and Barry Eisler, and for subscribing over there, and Christy Claft and Helen Anderson. Thank you for subscribing on Facebook, supporting the channel. So, regarding the bridge being blown up, President Trump posted about it. If you want to see, there's video floating around of this bridge in Iran that I'm going to post a link in the chat so you can go watch the video. I don't have the rights to the video, but I'm going to post a link in the chat right now where you can go watch the video. And I just posted that link. So if you don't know what we're talking about, you could, Google it. I just gave you a link for the BBC story about it. It's on my timeline on X at Lookner. I reposted about it. So you can go and you can look at the video of this bridge, large bridge in Iran that was taken out by the U.S. in the past day. And I guess earlier today. And President Trump posted about it. And he said, as I posted here, he said, here, it's right here in front of you, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. Then in capital letters, it is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country. This was in, I believe, Karaj, Iran. I've seen it described as the B1 bridge. I'll have to look up and get more details for you. One moment here. One moment here. Oops, I dropped mine. And let me show you what Iranian state media said about this a short while ago. Iranian state media claimed a number of people died. That's what they claimed. Here. Here is the post from Iranian state media. Eight martyred and 95 injured, they claim, in American-Israeli attack on the Karaj B1 bridge. The deputy security officer of Al-Bor's governorate or region said, following the brutal American-Israeli attack on the B1 bridge in Karaj, 8 citizens of that region, residents of the village of Bilkan, passing travelers, and families who were present around the area for Nature Day were killed and 95 people were injured. I, of course, cannot confirm those numbers. This attack occurred at a time when no military action was taking place in the area of the B1 bridge, and the complex was simply a construction project being completed and was scheduled to be put into operation soon. Immediately after the incident, rescue forces were on the scene and the injured were transferred to nearby hospitals as soon as possible. Many of them were treated as outpatients, while some are still under observation and hospitalized. Do they get alerts? I'm not aware that the U.S. is alerting with any kind of regularity any kind of target in Iran. I have not heard of that at all. At all. Okay, hold on a second here. So that's what state media said. And the Iranian foreign minister, I believe, posted about this. Yeah, the Iranian foreign minister posted and said, striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. It only conveys the defeat and moral collapse of an enemy in disarray. Every bridge and building will be built back stronger. What will never recover, damage to America's standing. That's Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran. Now, Barak Ravid from Axios reported that a U.S. official said to him that the bridge was attacked because it was used by the Iranian armed forces to try and secretly move missiles and missile parts from Tehran to launch sites in western Iran and for giving logistical support for Iranian military in Tehran. I don't know if that's true. The Iranian government says that bridge was under construction and was not in use yet. BBC Verify said the bridge was under construction. But again, I cannot confirm that. But what BBC Verify does show in their pictures is that there are construction cranes at the bridge. I will post a link to that again in the chat for you. So you can go to their page and see it. But you can clearly see cranes at the bridge. Now, this raises the question, are there going to be more bridges attacked by the U.S. or other important infrastructure that civilians might use? The War Zone, which is a military news publication I really like, I'll post a link to their article in the chat. They say that the B1 bridge is one of the tallest in the Middle East and provides a critical link between Tehran and Karachi. Now, I don't know, maybe there was, it's confusing because there's some reports it was under construction. There appear to be cranes at the bridge. Was it maybe being repaired or something? I don't know. The War Zone says, earlier this week, Trump threatened to completely obliterate all Iranian electrical generation plants and oil wells. This led to questions about whether the U.S. military was being primed to commit potential war crimes under international law, with the campaign expanding to include civilian targets as a matter of policy. When asked about this point, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said that Trump's statement showed that Iran's best move is to make a deal, says the War Zone. Our viewer Our viewer Sankey says the nerve Iranians have to complain about strikes against civilian infrastructure is hilarious. Nicolette Parker says, let the war crimes of the Trump administration rack up. Zombieland America says, Iran terror regime has had every opportunity to stand down. Cyan Brown says, I thought the initial special operation was to help the Iranian people, not to blow them up and their infrastructure. Yeah, so right now, I don't have any videos that I have the right to. If you go, for example, I will put the link in the chat to the Warzone article. There's a bunch of videos and photos of that bridge. Hopefully I will get something soon I have the rights to that I can show you. I'm anticipating doing so, but I don't at the moment. Give me 1 sec here. By the way, oil prices have gone higher since we were last on the air. Hang on. The oil prices I am currently seeing include, hold on a second here. Right now, WTI crude, U.S. crude, is now more than Brent crude. WTI crude is now it's now around a 111, and Brent crude is around 108. U.S. crude, WTI crude, has gone up over 11% in the last day. It really started going up when President Trump started speaking. If I remember right, I'm looking it up. When Trump started speaking, it was below 100. Now it's at a 111 or so. By the way, Thomas P0419 just gave 10 more memberships to our viewers. Thomas, that is so nice of you. Thank you, Thomas P0419 from Sweden, who has given, I'm not kidding you, 60 memberships so far. That's very nice of Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Liam, we covered the Artemis mission yesterday. We might do some more coverage of it in the future. Again, I can only cover one thing at a time. If I see big updates, I'll jump in and let you know. For now, we're going to focus on the war. We did cover the launch yesterday, and I might cover it as long as I'm not traveling back at that particular time. Maybe we'll cover when they do the flyby of the moon. But again, we're focusing on the war for the moment. But thank you for asking. Yeah, we're going to have to talk about what it means that WTI is higher than Brent. It's a good question. They both have gone up, though. Brent crude is up about 7% today. So I want to talk about that. You can see this. So this article was from a little while ago. Oh, about a half an hour ago, look. U.S. crude jumps by more than 11%. Brent nearly 8% after Trump vows more attacks on Iran. No Iran cams available. So Reuters says U.S. oil prices settled more than 11% higher and Brent soared nearly 8% on Thursday in volatile trading, as traders worried about prolonged disruptions to oil supply the day after President Trump said the United States would continue attacks on Iran. Yesterday, Trump gave a speech. He said he anticipated the war going on for 2 to 3 more weeks, but he said that Iran's going to be hit hard. And, apparently a lot of people who trade oil were hoping for something maybe a little more, I don't know, something about maybe a ceasefire more soon or less threatening or something. But oil started going up while he was speaking and has kept going up. Yes, he also mentioned the Stone Age, which he had mentioned in a tweet before that, or a post on True Social. Brent crude futures closed at, although aren't they still trading? Is the oil market closed right now for the day? I wouldn't think it is. Oh no, it's after 5 p.m. But oil market isn't closed tomorrow, right? Oil market is open till Friday. It's closed on Friday, right? Unless, because it's Good Friday. So does it not trade because it's Good Friday? Because I know the New York Stock Exchange is not open tomorrow. Well, this is a question. Because normally the oil market would close at 5 p.m. on Friday, Eastern time. I'm going to look this up. Give me a moment here. Some people are talking about oil futures. I am not aware that there's any oil futures or like after hours. I am not aware that there's any after hours oil trade market that is seen as a reliable indicator of what the actual regular market will do. Hang on a moment. CME Group says something. Did they say something about this? Let's see. I thought they did, but I can't find it here. I'm going to get an answer. I'm going to get a firm answer. I'm seeing claims that the oil market does not trade on Good Friday, but I haven't found I can find it right here. I can confirm it. Yes, energy futures trading is closed for Good Friday, says the Wall Street Journal. Energy futures trading will resume trading at 6 p.m. Monday. At 6 p.m. Monday. Okay, that's from the Wall Street Journal. So, 6 p.m. Sunday. So no oil market trading. I mean, there might be, these like crypto markets where people traded in or something, but the official futures market does not open up until Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days from now. 3 days from now. Envy says, so putting Iran into the Stone Ages will begin tonight. Well, we were talking about that yesterday, about, well, since it's a long weekend, with the markets closed an extra day, might President Trump do something over the weekend? All right, hold on a second. I want to talk about the oil prices, though. Hang on. Okay. So Reuters says that, you can see here, U.S. crude jumps more than 11%, Brent nearly 8% after Trump vows more attacks on Iran. U.S. oil prices settled more than 11% higher, and Brent soared nearly 8% on Thursday in volatile trading as traders worried about prolonged disruptions to oil supply the day after President Trump said the U.S. would continue attacks on Iran. Brent crude closed at $109.03 a barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose over 11% and closed at $111.54 a barrel, settling at their biggest absolute price rise since 2020. Both benchmarks remain below highs near $120 a barrel touched earlier in the conflict. Trump said military operations would be intensified yesterday, did not specify a timeline for ending hostilities. Well, he did say 2 to 3 weeks. I'd have to go back and listen. I thought last night he basically said things were going to go on for 2 to 3 more weeks. And he said it was going to end soon. As Reuters says, he gave no details on any steps that could lead to a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. He said, we're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. One expert, the senior vice president of trading at BOK Financial, told Reuters, the real question on traders' minds is if Iran's oil infrastructure is possibly now at risk. And with more damage in the area now very likely, even if left intact, the restart of oil flows in the region is now looking to be delayed further, he said. WTI U.S. oil, which typically trades below the price of Brent oil, was priced at nearly $3 over Brent, as the U.S. contract was trading for May deliveries, while the Brent contract was trading for June deliveries. Oh. That's interesting. The U.S. contract was trading for May deliveries, while the Brent contract was trading for June deliveries. So does that mean there's more demand for the U.S. one? It's higher because it's for sooner? The oil is for sooner? I'll have to check that out. WTI's premium over Brent was the highest in a year. A partner at Again Capital told Reuters, market's expectation is that if the Strait of Hormuz opens up in a couple of weeks, this risk premium will immediately go down. The Federal Reserve Bank president of Dallas, the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas president, Lori Logan, said today that a swift war resolution may mean economic impact could be pretty moderate, adding that the economic outlook was uncertain due to the crisis. Citi predicted that Brent crude prices could average $95 a barrel in the base case and $130 a barrel in the bull case in the second half of the year. While oil prices could climb to between $120 to $130 a barrel in the near term, said Citi. JP Morgan said that oil prices could climb to between $120 and $130 a barrel in the near term. JP Morgan added that prices could rise above $150 a barrel if the strait remains closed into the middle of May. Oh, there's a horn going on. Sorry about the horn. I don't know what's happening with that. A loud horn. Okay. Let me take some comments from you guys. We're going to give you more bridge update. I think that bridge story is a potentially very important story. Stocks today, by the way, ended the day, and again, the market's closed in the U.S. tomorrow. Stocks are slightly up. S&P was up a little bit, about 0.1%. NASDAQ was up about a fifth of a percent. Dow Jones down about 0.1%. Russell up about 0.75%. Our viewer Raiderette Simpson thinks the bridge is a significant escalation. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. I want to show you where Courage, Iran is, by the way. Courage is outside of Tehran. Do I have that right? Yeah. Hang on, let me go there. Here's Google Maps, right? Right? Yes. So Courage is here and Tehran is here. It's pretty close in terms of distance. Like if I on the map measure distance, I mean you get about 10 miles. So it's pretty close to Tehran, Courage, Iran. Quite close. I looked up the bridge. I couldn't find B1 bridge on the on Google Maps. Maybe I'll be able to find it online somewhere, where exactly it's located. I haven't done any research on it, so I'll have to look around. But again, and again, President Trump told Time magazine this morning, he said, this is very interesting. He told Time magazine this morning, or Time, I guess it's called now, we just blew up their 3 big bridges last night. I have not heard of any others besides the one being blown up. Maybe we'll hear more. Iran claims that that bridge was being built. I see different reports in the media about whether it was operational or not. I'm not sure. I'll have to be checking state media to see what they're saying today. I already showed you one statement from them that claimed that 8 civilians were killed and 95 were injured, they said. They claimed in that attack on the bridge. I'm checking some of the other state media as well. AM says bridge is a war crime, but attacking Gulf states and closing the strait isn't? Oops, hold on a second here. I missed something here. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Nike isn't a shoe for the memberships. That's very nice of you. Nike isn't a shoe. Axios says, so Axios claims that the U.S. military attacked major civilian infrastructure in Iran for the first time. That's what Axios is saying. Axios is saying this was the first time that the U.S. has attacked major civilian infrastructure in Iran. Axios describes the U.S. destruction as the first time the U.S. has bombed Iran, a civilian also says the attack signals a widening of the U.S. military's targets and could be a first step toward attacks on energy, water, and transportation infrastructure. Okay, so again, just to let you know what Axios is saying about this. Sorry, I wanted to try to post this. They say that the attack on the bridge in Kharajaran was the first time the U.S. has bombed civilian infrastructure in Iran. And they also said the attack on the B-1 bridge near Tehran signals a widening of the U.S. military's targets and could be a first step towards attacks on energy, water, and transportation infrastructure. Remember, President Trump said the last couple days, multiple times, that the U.S. was going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. Was that just some sort of general threat? Or was he talking about maybe going after civilian infrastructure? He also said last night something he has said similar to something he has said before. He said if there is no deal, the U.S. is going to destroy every power plant in Iran. What was the exact wording? He said, if there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. And remember, President Trump himself highlighted this bridge in his own social media post today. As I told you, he said, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. And much more to follow. It's time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late and there is nothing left of what could still become a great country. Craftsman, our viewer, says it's hard to tell with Trump. I need to to pin my X account to the chat so people know where they can go to see more photos and videos, which I'm going to do now. If the Twitch and Facebook moderators could pin it in the chat, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. I will pin it on X. Now, our viewer Barry said Iran published a list of 7 bridges as possible retaliation targets. I haven't seen that. I'll have to see if I can find it. Tasnim state media in Iran posted some comments from the former spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Nasser Kanani. And this former Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman, one of the things he said, which was posted in Iranian state media, is the explicit threat of the criminal American president to return Iran to the Stone Age is clear evidence that the war between the U.S. and the fake Israeli regime against Iran is clear evidence that the war between the U.S. and the fake Israeli regime against Iran and Iranians is a war of civilization, and that Iran's thousands of years of civilization will undoubtedly triumph over the emerging 270-year-old uncivilized American government and the rootless and fake Israeli regime. Give me a moment. I'm just quickly checking some more Iranian state media. Again, Iran claims that 8 civilians were killed and 95 were injured in the attack on the bridge in Karaj. Here is something else from state media in Iran. American officials' false claim about the reason for the U.S. attack on the B-1 bridge. Now, I didn't see the Wall Street Journal article yet, but I did see that Barak Ravid said a U.S. official told him that the Iranian military was using this bridge. An American official told the Wall Street Journal that the reason for targeting the bridge was to cut off communication routes for the deployment of missiles and drones. This false claim was made while the B-1 bridge had not yet been opened and the completion of this world engineering masterpiece was underway. That is what state media claims. I see here. One of our viewers, was it Barry, who mentioned the list? Okay, so Fars News Agency published this list. Let me look up on Fars News Agency here. I had them before. I'm going to pull it up again. Ah, I found it. I found it. By the way, state media in Iran claimed that there were multiple attacks on this bridge. And they were posting this about 6-7 hours ago. So if you look here, this is from Fars State Media. This was posted about 6.5 hours ago. It said a few minutes ago, the Israeli-American enemy again targeted the B1 bridge in Karaj. This bridge was also targeted an hour ago, resulting in the death of 2 citizens. The new attack occurred, they claimed, while rescue workers were helping those injured in the first attack. Al-Bor's provincial officials urged people not to go to the site of the enemy attack. So they posted that, and then a little while after that, and this would have been about 6 hours ago, here's the post from Iranian state media Fars News, where they said, "What will be the response to the evil of the Israelis at the Karaj Bridge?" This was shortly after the attack, but now President Trump has said that the U.S. hit it. Following the recent evil of the American-Israeli axis in attacking the bridge in Karaj, identifying the enemy's strategic vulnerable points shows that the regime's transportation network will be their serious Achilles heel in a possible response. The 3 main arteries that are the key to the regime's logistical paralysis, north-south rail bottlenecks. The enemy's rail network is heavily dependent on 2 structures. I guess these are in Israel, the Yarkon Bridge and the Jezreel Tunnel. Are those both in Israel? I need to check. There are several bridges over the Yarkon River in Tel Aviv. That is true. So there's one there. There's bridges there. And they also mentioned the Jezreel Tunnel. I mean, I'm seeing something online about a 10-meter long tunnel discovered by police. That can't be right. I don't know about that one. Anyways, without getting too hung up on that, state media also said the Jebel Ali Eshkelon land corridor and Haifa Port, Rehovot Station, and Highway 6 and roads 1, 2, and 4. They say destroying the Israeli regime's one-dimensional transportation structure is extremely fragile against targeted attacks. Destroying just one of these bottlenecks would reduce the enemy's military response capacity to a minimum. So Iran is threatening to hit, in response, logistical targets in Israel. They're threatening to. I'm not saying they will. Speedball thinks that is escalating. One of our viewers thinks, JJ Auto thinks Iran missiles only accurate to a few kilometers, maybe suicide drones could hit. I believe there have been some cases in the war where Iranian missiles hit what looked like designated targets. For example, when missiles hit, say, an energy production facility. But overall, I can't really comment on the I don't know how accurate their missiles are. I don't know if there's a realistic chance of them destroying any of these bottlenecks. That I don't know. Some of our viewers are mentioning this report about an Amazon facility. I saw something about that, or no, I didn't. I thought I saw something different than that. There was something about, what was it? I'm thinking of something else. But I hadn't confirmed it. It seemed like it was coming out of the Middle East, but or some Oracle. Did somebody claim they hit an Oracle location? Let's see here. Oh, the Iranian Navy Command claimed it launched an attack at on a data center belonging to Oracle in Dubai, according to state media, says Al Jazeera. I haven't heard that there actually was such an attack. It's one thing to claim they attacked, but I'll see if I can find the claim. I have not seen any evidence there was actually such an attack. I'll let you know if I hear more. Gina Pina thinks it seems like Trump's targeting civilian infrastructure puts a target on other civilian places. He is making everyone less safe. Look, I don't know if there are I don't know if there are structures or civilian infrastructure that Iran could target that has been avoiding targeting and might change that now. Yeah, this announcement again. I've seen no evidence that this is actually true. This is Iranian state media saying the Iranian Navy said it successfully targeted data centers of Oracle in Dubai and Amazon in Bahrain. I have seen no reporting suggesting that is true, aside from the claim from Iranian state media, which is what you're looking at. If I see something with evidence, I will certainly let you know. Yeah, somebody said there's an article in the Jerusalem Post about it. But if you go to the Jerusalem Post article, it's actually a Reuters article, and the first line says, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps attacked Oracle's data center in Dubai on Thursday, according to state media. So there's no independent reporting in this article. It's just saying what Iranian state media said. There's nothing beyond what I just said to you. Now, regarding, because today is Thursday. Oh, but there's, I guess yesterday something might have happened, it seems like. By the way, the other Iranian state media report, according to Reuters, is that Iranian Students News Agency, which I believe is believed to have ties to the Iranian government, the ISNA. Let me look this up again. Iranian Students News Agency. The Wikipedia says, although it's generally considered independent, the ISNA is financially supported in part by the Iranian government. Anyways, ISNA reported that, let me get this right here. ISNA in Iran said that the Revolutionary Guard attacked an Amazon cloud computing center in Bahrain on Thursday. But Reuters reports that on Wednesday, Bahrain's Interior Ministry said civil defense teams were extinguishing a fire at a company facility following what authorities described as an Iranian attack. I don't know what company that is. And then Reuters said that yesterday there was some report in the Financial Times about something being hit. Reuters said that yesterday the Financial Times claimed that yesterday an Amazon cloud computing center was damaged. I haven't seen that report myself. I'll have to find it. Oh, okay, I found it. This was actually yesterday. I didn't see this yesterday. Yesterday, Financial Times said Amazon's cloud business in Bahrain damaged in Iranian strike. That's interesting. Amazon Web Services facilities in the region have been struck multiple times during the conflict, says Financial Times. So the Financial Times says this was from yesterday. I didn't see it though. Amazon's cloud computing operation in Bahrain was damaged after an Iranian strike. And they also said the company declined to comment on any specific strike, but Amazon Web Services facilities in the region have been struck multiple times during the conflict. Okay. But that wouldn't have been in response to the bridge because that was yesterday. Mary says Jeff is in the Amazon bunker at Temu. I don't even know what that means. We got to take some more comments from you guys. Oh, also, by the way, U.S. Central Command did a fact check claim Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it downed an enemy fighter jet over Keshem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. Fact, all U.S. fighter aircraft are accounted for. Iran's IRGC has made the same false claim at least half a dozen times. Hang on. Maybe I'll put a little volume on the maybe the Beirut camera just to have it on a little bit. It's raining there a little bit. Sweet Grassburner claims that 2 Amazon data centers were hit in UAE early March. Is that true? I don't even remember. Yes, I am seeing right here that back on March 3rd, Reuters reported, on March 2nd, Reuters said that Amazon said some of its data centers in the UAE and Bahrain were damaged by drone strikes in the Middle East conflict. That was a report from March 2nd, a month ago. We do have a, again, it's a long weekend. The markets are closed tomorrow, including the oil market. Our viewer, Dogs Rule for Real, thinks the U.S. and Iran are equals in propaganda. Michael says Karg Island. I haven't heard anything new about Karg Island. Oh, I didn't see this. Jennifer Jacobs had reported, I don't know why this happened. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has asked the Army Chief of Staff Randy George to step down and take immediate retirement, reports CBS News. Actually, let me just, they reported a little more. CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs says, one of the sources said the Secretary of War wants someone in the role who will implement Trump and Hegseth's vision for the Army. So again, Hegseth has asked the Army Chief of Staff to step down and take immediate retirement, says CBS News. Hegseth wants someone in the role who will implement President Trump and Hegseth's vision for the Army. The Army Chief of Staff usually serves a 4-year term. His term would have typically gone until 2027, says CBS News. What does the Army Chief of Staff do? How about that question? What does the Army Chief of Staff do? Give me a moment here. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Hang on a moment here. Hang on one more moment. Why is it not doing this? What's so hard about this? Basic functionality doesn't work. There it is. Appreciate everybody being here for the stream. Thank you. Oh, so interesting. Hey, so as I said, I just saw this story from CBS News, where they said that Pete Hegseth had asked the Army Chief of Staff to step down and take immediate retirement because he wants someone in the role who will implement Trump and Hegseth's vision for the military. And the current Vice Chief of Staff will be acting Army Chief of Staff. I don't know how long that's going to take going to keep happening for. And so I had this question. What does the Army Chief of Staff do exactly? And that felt to me like a good AI question. So I asked Venice AI, who's actually our sponsor. So I'll tell you what Venice AI said about this. Let me just show you right now. Here's what Venice AI had to say about it. I need to get it so you can see it, though. Right? Ooh, that's better. That's brighter there. Here is what Venice AI, which they like to call private, uncensored, unbiased AI, Venice AI. Here's what Venice had to say about that question when I just typed it in a second ago. Here, can you see this? It says right here, see, I said, what does the Army Chief of Staff do exactly? Venice told me the Army Chief of Staff is the highest ranking officer on active duty in the United States Army and is the principal military advisor to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of the Army. See, that to me sounded like that's like a bigger responsibility than I thought it was going to be. I didn't know what the Army Chief of Staff did. The position is a 4-star general and a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So it's a pretty important position. It says strategic leadership and direction, sets the strategic vision, direction, priorities for the entire Army, responsible for overall readiness, training, and equipping of all Army forces, ensures the Army is prepared to execute its missions as directed by civilian leadership, organizes the organization, manning, training, and equipping of over 1 million active duty National Guard and Reserve soldiers, manages the Army's budget, ensures the force is properly balanced and modernized to meet current and future threats. As a member of the Joint Chiefs, provides professional military advice on national security matters. I have no idea what the real story is on why he's being asked to retire. Was there some sort of big disagreement here? Participates in strategic planning and decision-making at the highest levels of government. Coordinates with the chiefs of the other military services, personnel management, modernization and innovation, external relations. So, sounds like a pretty important position. By the way, I did ask Venice, real quick, I asked Venice, I said, can I find it here? I said, what are your sources for that answer? I said, what are your sources for that answer you gave me about the Army, what the Army Chief of Staff does? And it told me my sources come from the foundational data I was trained on. This includes U.S. Department of Defense and U.S. Army official publications, U.S. Army doctrine and field manuals, biographical and historical information, academic and expert analysis. It said that. So anyways, I always like to double check things on AI. So as soon as I'm done showing you this, I'll try to just get one more source and double check that. But anyways, it's interesting, I will say, is that position seems pretty important. So I'll let you know if I hear any more on, I'm going to get some comments from you. I'll let you know if I hear any more on that story. It just came out a short while ago, an hour or two ago, from CBS News. And I want to take some of your comments about it. But before I take your comments, thanks to Venice AI, our sponsor. And I want to mention one more thing here real quick. Give me a second. Then we'll get to your comments about this. I want to mention that where is it here? Where is it here? Oh, yes. Venice AI is private, uncensored, unbiased AI. Venice says that it's private. It keeps your conversations completely private on your device. Nothing is shared, monitored, or collected. It is uncensored. You can ask it anything you want without content restrictions or censorship. And it does not censor or filter the AI's responses. The platform remains neutral and unbiased. You can try it for free at venice.ai/agenda-free. And if you want, you can get 20% off a pro plan by using code agenda-free. So thanks to Venice AI. I appreciate it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to take some comments from you guys on this. And I did want, we did seem to lose temporarily the Tel Aviv feed. What happened there? Hold on. Where'd the Tel Aviv feed go? Oh, there it is. Okay. And let's see. Oh, by the way, Wikipedia also says that the Chief of Staff of the Army is the highest ranking officer assigned to serve in the Department of the Army, and is a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and a military advisor to the National Security Council, and the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States. Well, that seemed pretty similar to what Venice said. Okay, let's see. By the way, if you're wondering, remember there was that thing that happened a couple days ago where it came out that an Army helicopter had done a flyby at, I believe it was Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock is a musician, performer who is close to President Trump. And the Army said it was investigating this. And I believe the Army then said that the crew had been suspended. And then Pete Hegseth came out and said, no, the investigation is over and they're not suspended. I'll show you Pete Hegseth's post about this. In case you're wondering, CBS News reports that the decision to remove the Army Chief of Staff was not related to the helicopter incident at Kid Rock's place. Yeah, the air crew had been suspended that had flown by Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Yeah, Shadow Mark III says crazy footage of helicopter at Kid Rock's. I don't know if I have. It's a little bit off topic, but I do want to mention because we never talked about that on the air. First of all, here's what Pete Hegseth said about it. A couple days ago. After this crew had been suspended, Pete Hegseth posted, you can see right here, "Thank you, Kid Rock. U.S. Army pilot suspension lifted. No punishment, no investigation. Carry on, Patriots." That was posted on the 31st, 2 days ago. And do I have something more I can show you about that? Let's see. Yes, I do. So you can see here it says, Hegseth says no punishment for Army pilots who flew near Kid Rock's house. There's Kid Rock. Defense Secretary Hegseth said on Tuesday that Army pilots would not be punished after flying attack helicopters near singer Kid Rock's house over the weekend in an apparent show of support for the vocal backer of President Trump. Hegseth's announcement followed remarks by Trump, who appeared to play down the incident near the musician's house in Nashville. Trump had said, when asked about it, they probably shouldn't have been doing it, but they like Kid Rock, I like Kid Rock, maybe they were trying to defend him. Reuters, citing a U.S. official, had reported that the air crew involved in the incident had been suspended after appearing to deviate from their mission. The U.S. military is supposed to be apolitical, loyal to the U.S. Constitution, and independent of any party or political movement. Kid Rock posted a video on X on Saturday, which you can see on his X, standing in front of his swimming pool and saluting one of the helicopters. Hegseth praised Kid Rock in the post as he exonerated the crew, which I just told you. Also, military helicopters were also seen flying close to demonstrators in Nashville taking part in organized protests against Trump's policies that were part of the anti-Trump No Kings rallies that took place across the country. Reuters reported on Monday that the Army was investigating the incident, and an Army spokesman declined further comment when contacted by Reuters on Tuesday. Anyways. But in case you're wondering, CBS News is reporting that Hegseth's getting rid of the Army Chief of Staff, which is being reported today, does not have to do with the Kid Rock thing. It's a little gunfire in Beirut, it sounds like. Volkstrom says biggest nothing burger ever. Do you mean the Kid Rock story when the helicopter? Starbrenner says the sense of entitlement this government has. Stephen Wanzer says, never thought I would hear Kid Rock mentioned in the national news. Oh, by the way, I want to thank our moderators. We have moderating right now. We have moderating. Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen. I appreciate that. Ruth is moderating over there. Thanks also on YouTube. Thanks, I Am Your Mom, for becoming a member on YouTube. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 over there. I got behind on thanking people on Twitch like Grant74P for subscribing and Oloinia for subscribing and Beautiful Profanity for subscribing. Who says, I wonder how many Amazon Web Services cloud server sites there are in the Middle East. Thank you for your support over there and to the mods over there. Thank you to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate on X, and also Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley moderating on Facebook. Very much appreciated. Maybe in a little bit we'll talk a little bit about the Pam Bondi thing. Just in a little bit. Let me just check for updates here on what is happening with the war. But maybe in a little bit we can talk about the Pam Bondi firing. Our viewer Rock K9 says, this is nothing new. My best friend's brother would do helicopter flybys over my house when we had parties. This was the late 1970s, early 80s from Fort Ord, California. We were all in the Army then. Thank you for your service, Rock K9. The Limited says, was Randy George forced to retire? Well, yes. I mean, Jennifer Jacobs reports that the Army Chief of Staff Randy George has been asked to step down and take immediate retirement by Pete Hegseth. Libby Dean with News Nation also reported that Hegseth asked the Army Chief of Staff, who again, it's the highest ranking officer in the Department of the Army and a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a military advisor to the President of the United States. He has been asked, News Nation is also reporting, Libby Dean, that he has been asked to retire immediately by Pete Hegseth. And an official tells Libby Dean that Hegseth lost trust and confidence in Randy George and believes it's time for a leadership change. You know, does this have anything to do with the Iran war? I can't tell you. I don't know. Mac and Cheese says Trump didn't like his advice, I guess. Oh, hey, we have we have a statement from the Pentagon. Look about this. 13 minutes ago. Here you go. Sean Parnell, Pentagon spokesperson. General A. Randy George will be retiring from his position as the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army effective immediately. The Department of War is grateful for his decades of service to our nation. We wish him well in his retirement. Again, the reporting is that Pete Hegseth made him retire. His term went till 2027. Quake Cloud says, hope he will go on Tucker Carlson and speak out. Lola P says, wow, interesting. Red Cat thinks he wasn't enthusiastic enough about war crimes and suicide missions. Rich HTX says, much ado about nothing. Lolly Lollipop says, a Lloyd Austin guy, why did they wait so long to cut him loose? In 2021, he did take up the post of Senior Military Assistant to the Secretary of Defense under Secretary Lloyd Austin. That is according to Wikipedia. Dystopian News thinks he refused illegal orders. Again, I have no idea what happened there at all. Hey, thanks to Brian Davio and Stephen Briones for the Facebook stars. Thank you so much. Our viewer Jane Jones says, looks like the Trump administration is on a firing spree this week. Dr. McRib says this is fine. Oh, thank you so much to, hey, Thomas P0419 gave 10 more memberships in YouTube. I think Thomas has given like around 70 memberships today. That is so generous of you. Thomas from Sweden, Thomas P0419. Please thank Thomas if he gave you a membership. Thank you, Thomas. That's very kind of you. Mostafa says he is watching in Lebanon, in Beirut. Hello, Mostafa. Appreciate you joining us. Let me do a quick check here and make sure I don't have. Hold on, let's see. One moment. Oh, where is... the Revolutionary Guard claimed an attack on Oracle. Let me show you this from Iranian state media. Here's what they said. Attack on the American company Oracle in response to the assassination of Dr. Karazi and his wife. As we had warned, against the assassination of Iranian individuals, we are targeting information technology and artificial intelligence spy companies that are pillars of the enemy's terrorist operations. Following the destruction of the cloud computing infrastructure of the American company Amazon, in response to the assassination of Sardar Fathalizadeh, today, the data center and computing center of the American company Oracle, based in the UAE, has been hit in response to the assassination of Dr. Karazi and his wife. In the event of a repeat of the crimes and the occurrence of another assassination, the next company should be prepared to receive a decisive response. Now, I have to look up. I can't confirm they did hit Oracle in the UAE. I'll have to look that up. Sam says, I need confirmation. Now, the person they were talking about, Dr. Karazi, oh, that was, so what that was is Iran's ex-foreign minister, Kamal Karazi, was seriously wounded in an assassination attempt, an apparent assassination attempt that killed his wife, according to Iranian media. Okay? That's former Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi. Okay, so let me just go over this one more time. So, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says that in response to the assassination attempt that Iranian media says critically injured former Iranian foreign minister, I know it's a little complex, Kamal Karazi, and killed his wife, the IRGC has attacked cloud computing infrastructure in belonging to Oracle in the UAE. Let's see if I got that right. So the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says that in response to the assassination attempt that Iranian media says critically injured former Iranian Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi and killed his wife, the IRGC has destroyed cloud computing infrastructure has attacked cloud computing infrastructure belonging to Oracle in the UAE. Oh. No, they say, yeah. They say following the destruction of cloud computing infrastructure. Oh no, they said that today they attacked a data center and computing infrastructure of Oracle. Has hit a data center and infrastructure belonging to Oracle in the UAE. That's what they said. They hit a data center and computing infrastructure of Oracle based in the UAE. Okay, so again, Okay, this claimed attack is unconfirmed. All right, so again, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says in response to the assassination attempt that Iranian media says critically injured former Iranian Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi and killed his wife, the IRGC has hit a data center and computing infrastructure belonging to Oracle in the UAE. The IRGC's claim is unconfirmed. All right, sorry, I just wanted to post that. Okay. Sorry that took so long. I was trying to get that posted. It can be complex with all the details. Emil says Iran seems well informed about targets of interest. Again, I can't confirm they really did hit that data center and infrastructure. We'll have to see what comes out. It can be hard to find out what happens in the UAE. Was he the negotiator the Israelis killed while he was negotiating with J.D. Vance? Well, this person was not killed. I don't know if Kamal Karazi took part in any negotiations. The reports about him being severely wounded just came out in the past day, though. I feel like we heard about somebody else a week ago or so who had taken part in some negotiations with the U.S. being targeted as well, but I can't remember who that was. Our viewer, John, hold on a second. Our viewer, John McGeaney, mentioned a story reported today about some things French President Macron said about Trump. According to BBC, Macron said the Iran war requires a serious approach that does not change every day. I got to turn this down. Too much noise on that stream. Macron said, when you want to be serious, you don't say every day the opposite of what you said the day before. Oh, look, guys. By the way, Viva La Bus mentioned, I hadn't seen this yet. Dubai says fake news alert. So the Dubai media office claims that, if I can pull it up here, the Dubai, oh, did they delete it? Why can't I post it? It like won't let me repost it. The Dubai media office posted a post claiming, a news post on X that claimed Iran had struck Oracle's data center in Dubai. And Dubai media office about half an hour ago posted fake news alert. I think they posted 2 of these posts calling it fake news for whatever it's worth. Give me a moment. Yes, they posted twice. They posted once in Arabic and once in English. They posted 2 different posts reporting that Iran, well, the report was Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they did this, which is true, that the Revolutionary Guard said they did this. But Dubai is claiming, Dubai state media is saying it is not true that Iran attacked a data center belonging to Oracle in Dubai. Just so you know. Thanks to our viewer for mentioning that. Viva la bus. All right, we should, hold on a second here. Oh, Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post says Pete Hegseth's telling the Army Chief of Staff, basically the highest ranking Army official who's a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and is I guess you could describe the Chief of Staff as the head of the Army. Is that a good way to do it? I'll have to check on that. But member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and also military advisor to the president. I got to. What are they doing on this live shot? It feels like they're opening. It feels like it's Christmas morning there, and they're opening all their presents. Gee whiz! I got to turn the volume off. How much stuff can they open? What are they running a shipping business? It's crazy. I mean, it's like after an hour of opening things. I mean, now it might just be that there's wind and something's blowing and it sounds like they're opening things. But man, crazy. Can't listen to it anymore. I just killed the volume on it. I can't hear it anymore. Oh, I see. Okay, this is interesting. So there's a secretary of the army who's the civilian appointed by the president, and they report to the Secretary of Defense. The chief of staff of the army is the principal military advisor to the Secretary of the Army and is the highest ranking military officer in the army. As I understand it. I was trying to get a... Again, Wikipedia says the Department of the Army is a military department within the U.S. Department of Defense. The department is headed by the Secretary of the Army, who by statute must be a civilian appointed by the President. The highest ranking military officer in the Army is the Chief of Staff of the Army. Okay. And that person is a military advisor to the President and is a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So I'm bringing this up because, as we said before, reportedly, well, we know this. The Pentagon announced that the Chief of Staff of the Army is retiring. Many reports say that Hegseth forced him to retire. Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post says this move is a surprise to many relatively senior Army officials. This move is a surprise to many relatively senior Army officials. It also comes close to nearly a complete remake of the Joint Chiefs since Hegseth took office. Only General Eric Smith of the Marine Corps and General Chance Saltzman of the Space Force remain from the original team. Dan Lamothe of Washington Post says, over the last year, Hegseth has blocked promotions or forced ousters for numerous senior Army officers. In particular, in the process, he has clashed on occasion with Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, another Trump appointee, who takes a less adversarial approach. And if I can show you this real quick, there's an article here about the Hegseth getting rid of the Chief of Staff of the Army. I might have to, I don't even think it's, I have it, I will get it in a form that I can show it to you, but I can read it to you right now. Hold on. Oh, here it is right here. Hegseth forces out Army's top general. Defense Secretary Hegseth today asked the Army's top officer to step down and retire, an extraordinary move amid the war with Iran, in the middle of the war, and the latest in a series of clashes between the Pentagon chief and the service's senior leadership. General Randy George had been expected to hold the job of Army Chief of Staff until fall 2027, completing a typical 4 years in the post, but Hegseth has decided to go in another direction. His team said in a brief written statement confirming the shakeup. Nothing further to provide at the moment, the statement said. It was not immediately clear who Hegseth intends to replace George, a career infantry officer who served multiple deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. One possibility would appear to be General Christopher Lennev, who became the Army's Vice Chief of Staff in February after Hegseth appointed him to the role, and he was confirmed by the Senate. Lennev last year served as Hegseth's senior military assistant at the Pentagon. After Hegseth abruptly fired another officer, Jennifer Short, who had held the role. Hegseth then forced out early the Army's Vice Chief of Staff to put Lennev in that role. So Hegseth had a senior military assistant at the Pentagon, fired that person, then put this person of his choice, Christopher Lennev, in the role of his senior military assistant in the Pentagon. Then Hegseth forced out the Army's Vice Chief of Staff and put this person, Lennev, in that post. And now he has forced out the Chief of Staff. So it's possible, it sounds like, that this person, General Christopher Lennev, may end up taking three different roles of higher rank one after the other after Hegseth fired the person in each of those roles. Leneve? One of our viewers says it's Leneve. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name. I don't know the specifics of all this stuff. I don't know the specifics behind these stories. Okay. Kuwait says they are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. Rogue Demagogue says, I'm surprised it took Hegseth so long to throw out the trash. TV says this happens every administration. WTF is your point? Fat Cow says, make America sane again. Zolt Lord says, but during a war? Oops, sorry here. It is currently almost 1 a.m. Israel time. Oh, I have the Tel Aviv audio. I have the Tel Aviv audio on, not Beirut. So I put Beirut and Tel Aviv with audio. So it's the Tel Aviv audio. Our viewer, Darkmoor, said, I have not heard a red alert in 4 hours. There has not been a missile alert since we've been on the air. Should we talk about Pam Bondi? Well, let me check what's going on, and maybe we'll talk in a little bit about her. Uh, let's see here. Hold on. I haven't heard of any kind of strikes in Kuwait. I heard that Kuwait itself said they're under missile and drone attack a few minutes ago. If I hear about things hit, I'll certainly let you know. Why don't we quickly mention, give me a moment here. Can we quickly mention Pam Bondi? Oh, I have a video about it too. Oh wait, yes, I have a video about it too. Because we haven't really talked about this yet. So let's just talk about it briefly. Trump fires Pam Bondi as U.S. Attorney General. You can see the headline from Reuters right there. President Trump ousted Pam Bondi today after mounting frustration with her performance, especially over the release of the files on late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. At least that's what Reuters is reporting. Trump also felt Bondi was not moving quickly enough to prosecute critics and adversaries whom he wanted to face criminal charges, according to sources. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, a former personal lawyer to Trump, will now lead the Justice Department temporarily. Oh, I'll show you what they both posted on social media, or all of them posted. During her tenure as Attorney General, Bondi was a combative champion of Trump's agenda and dismantled the Justice Department's longstanding tradition of independence from the White House in its investigations. Reuters says, but it was repeated criticism over the Epstein files, including from Trump allies and some Republican lawmakers, that came to dominate her tenure. Bondi was accused of covering up or mismanaging the release of records on the DOJ's sex trafficking investigations into Epstein, a financier who cultivated ties to wealthy and powerful figures. Trump informed Bondi at a White House meeting yesterday he was looking to replace her as Attorney General, according to a source familiar with the matter. Trump allies had encouraged the president in recent days to rip off the Band-Aid and fire her, according to the source and one other person familiar with the matter. Trump told Bondi multiple times over the past several months he was unhappy with her performance, a senior White House official told Reuters. The official said Trump has contemplated replacing her with Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator, but has also discussed other candidates. Bondi spent much of yesterday with Trump, riding with him to the U.S. Supreme Court in the morning, attending an Easter lunch where he spoke, and later watching his address to the nation on the Iran war. Reuters thinks that Bondi's firing could lead to a shakeup in strategy at the Justice Department and potentially a renewed push to deploy the U.S. legal system against Trump's targets. She is the second senior Trump official to be ousted recently. Trump removed Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on March 5th. Let me show you what Bondi and Trump and Todd Blanche said on social media. We'll take some comments from you guys on this. Hold on, one moment. President Trump said about this, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my Attorney General over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown on crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning to a much-needed and important new job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future. It sounds like he knows what the job is. Is it a job? Is it a job in the Trump organization? Is it a job at some media outlet that he knows about? I don't know, because it sounds like he knows. And our Deputy Attorney General and a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as Acting Attorney General. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Our viewer Fingerbib thinks there is no job, LOL. Douthis says, why would the president be announcing a private sector job? I'm not sure. I don't know. It sounds like he knows what it is, but I don't know. Mr. QQQ Crash said she posted on X she has a new job. I'm going to show you her post in a second. Irish Sweetness says she did exactly as she was told. Our viewer EIM claims that Fox News and Newsweek both reported she was informed of her firing before Trump's televised speech that night and was already en route back to Florida. Quake Clouds thinks nobody serious and competent wants the job? Let me show you what she said. Oops, sorry. Pam Bondi said, over the next month, I will be working tirelessly to transition the office of the Attorney General to the amazing Todd Blanche before moving to an important private sector role I am thrilled about, where I will continue fighting for President Trump and this administration. Again, I wonder, is this some kind of Trump-related business job? I don't know. It's a job where she says she can be fighting for President Trump and the administration. Leading President Trump's historic and highly successful efforts to make America safer and more secure has been in the honor of a lifetime and easily the most consequential first year of the Department of Justice in American history. Since February 2025, we have secured the lowest murder rate in 125 years, secured first ever terrorism convictions against members of Antifa, shattered domestic and transnational gangs across the country, taken custody of more than 90 key cartel figures, and won 24 favorable rulings at the Supreme Court. I remain eternally grateful for the trust that President Trump has placed in me to make America safe again. Sul Heidi says no mention of Epstein. Flying High says maybe she's going to be in charge of the Trump Library startup. Hold on a minute. Todd Blanche, who will be the acting attorney general, I guess, says, Pam Bondi led this department with strength and conviction, and I'm grateful for her leadership and friendship. Thank you to President Trump for the trust and opportunity to serve as acting attorney general. We will continue backing the blue, enforcing the law, and doing everything in our power to keep America safe. One moment here. I was just checking a couple other sources here. The Washington Post says, a Trump loyalist who had defended him during his first impeachment and later backed his claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen, Bondi presented the type of TV-ready persona that the president has appeared drawn to while filling out the cabinet of her second term. But in her 14 months at the helm, Trump had repeatedly expressed frustration with Bondi's pace and limited success in overseeing efforts to target his political enemies. And for months, he has fumed as the Justice Department's handling of the files connected to Epstein has divided his own party and remained a persistent point of political pain. Bondi had been subpoenaed to testify before Congress later this month about the department's release of millions of pages of material from the Epstein investigation, says the Washington Post. I don't know how that's going to work now because she's not in office anymore. Democrats on the committee said on social media shortly after Trump's announcement about her ouster that they still expected her to comply with the subpoena and appear for testimony that had been scheduled on April 14th. The Post reports Trump's decision to replace her was one reached over months. Brian NYC thinks next Hegseth. Suave says, why is everyone now asking to resign? The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is going to be acting Attorney General. Some articles say that President Trump might want to go with EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. The Washington Post says he is seen as another Trump loyalist, but one with a stronger record of success in his oversight of the agency tasked with protecting the environment. In the name of boosting U.S. energy production, he has rolled back environmental regulations and pushed to weaken pollution regulations. As a congressman, he prominently defended Trump during his first and second impeachments and voted against certifying the president's 2020 election loss to Joe Biden. Oh, I did see some more reporting about the Army Chief of Staff I want to check out in a second. Billy Joe says, can't wait for Blanche's confirmation hearing. I don't believe he has to have one because he's acting appointee. I think that's the case. I don't think the Senate has to confirm him as an acting Deputy Attorney General. As the acting Attorney General. Ventura Highway believes that's the case for acting or interim positions. Hold on a second here. Now, he was already confirmed as Deputy Attorney General Blanche. Oh, I guess that because he is the legal first in line or first assistant, he can serve as acting Attorney General. I believe there's a law called the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. That's my understanding. That the Vacancies Reform Act says that certain people can serve without Senate confirmation in high-level officials which says, well, anyways, I don't want to get into a legal analysis, but my understanding is that I believe that under the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, Todd Blanche can serve as the acting Attorney General for a limited time and does not need Senate confirmation. I also don't know if it matters that he was already confirmed for his current position by the Senate. Our viewer, Wisco Joe, says he would have to be confirmed to continue on. Let me try to get a little more information on this. All right. Well, anyways, I don't want to turn it into a 2-hour research project on the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. Okay. Let's get back to the war stuff. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Sydney for the memberships. Sydney 91. Thank you. That's really nice of you. Let me check for some Middle East updates. Again, the stock market and the oil market, those are closed until Sunday and Monday. Sunday for oil, Monday for stocks. It's a long weekend. Oh, you know what's interesting? Hold on, I just saw this. I have an update on something for you, which is interesting. Tiger Woods called President Trump from the scene after flipping his car. Huh. TMZ reporting this. TMZ obtained body camera footage showing Tiger Woods at the scene and he walked away from the police cruiser at the scene, forcing police to call him back to the scene. While he was walking back, he appears to be on the phone and can be heard saying, "Thank you so much, all right, you got it, bye." And then he told an officer, "Yeah, I was just talking with the president." I'll post the link. If you want to read it, I'll post the TMZ story here. I can't show their video, but I just posted the link in the chat for you. Woods. Some of our viewers pointed out Woods is dating Vanessa Trump, the ex-wife of Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. Trump and Woods have a long history. They have played golf for years together. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen that report. I haven't even watched the video yet. Maybe I'll mute myself and watch the video that TMZ posted. Hold on a second here. I posted the link to the TMZ story. You can watch their video. So they have this video posted of him after the accident, and he again had walked away from the police, and they called them back over to be near them, and you could hear him saying like, thanks so much. And then as he gets close to the police, he says, I was talking to the president. Anyways, I don't know. Again, that's all I know is what I just told you from the report. So you can go to the TMZ story and look at it if you want. I just posted the link in the chat. Now, somebody said the president of the PGA, he could have meant. I mean, I don't know, but usually TMZ is pretty good on this stuff. And they're reporting that he was talking to President Trump. Oh, by the way, I do want to show you this. People have asked. There's a nice video posted on by NASA about what's happening with the Artemis. And by the way, this is not drawn to scale. The moon is not that close as shown in the video, but you can at least see here. It says, over approximately 10 days, the Artemis 2 astronauts will orbit Earth and twice before looping around the far side of the moon in a figure eight and returning home. There's a chance I'll be traveling back right around when they're checking out the moon. So hoping to be able to cover that, but we'll see how it all works out. The Real Zelder says, looks fun. Anyways, let's get back to the war coverage. Where are they landing? I don't even know what the landing site is off the top of my head. I just don't know. Somebody in the chat probably knows. The internet says, in the Pacific Ocean, likely off the coast of San Diego. Okay. Near California. One of our viewers just said the same thing. A couple of our viewers said it. Oh, hey, I have a little update for you that I would say this is maybe war-related. Possibly war-related. Chris Van Cleve from CBS News transportation reporter said that United and JetBlue are raising checked bag fees starting Friday. United is raising the price by $10. Now, the price of jet fuel has roughly doubled since the war started. He said, don't be surprised if other carriers do this too. So United announced it's raising bag fees by first and second checked bag by $10 for customers traveling in the US, Mexico, in Canada, and Latin America, beginning with tickets purchased Friday. Here, look, I'll show you. Chris Van Cleve posted this statement from United. So I do wonder if that's due to the fuel costs going up in the war. Hold on. Where is the JetBlue amount? Yeah, I missed this 3 days ago. JetBlue said they were raising baggage fees. CNBC had a headline 3 days ago. JetBlue Airways raises checked bag fees at least $4 as fuel prices soar. And it also says on CNBC right now, United Airlines hikes checked bag fee by $10 as fuel prices continue to climb. Mort says, why don't they just say we are charging a fuel excise fee? I didn't even hear about the JetBlue thing. Hold on a second here. Oh, Amazon. Our viewer Mikey mentioned a new Amazon fee, a fuel fee by Amazon for certain sellers. Thanks, Mikey. I got to mention that as well. Guys, new story. Well, I hadn't seen it. Amazon to add 3.5% fuel and logistics surcharge for sellers as Iran war drives up energy prices. Amazon is adding a 3.5% fuel and logistics-related surcharge to fees it collects from third-party sellers who use its fulfillment services as the war in Iran stretches into its fifth week, driving up oil prices. That is from CNBC. Thanks to our viewer Mikey for mentioning that. So again, that is from CNBC. They are today reporting that Amazon is adding a 3.5% fuel and logistics related surcharge to fees it collects from third-party sellers. That surcharge will take place on April 17th for sellers in the US and Canada. Our viewer Raven Gal says third-party seller will charge us the fee. They might. They might. I don't have yet the footage of the bridge being blown up. Oh, I wanted to show you something, by the way. I did have another video I was going to show you. But if I get the rights to the footage of the bridge being blown up, I will certainly show it to you. But I don't own the video and don't have the rights to it. What was the video I was going to show you? Where was that at? Oh, I was going to show you the Pam Bondi video. You know, we talked about Pam Bondi being fired, but I never showed you the video that went along with the Reuters article. Let me show you that because I promised you I would. All right, hold on. This is from the Reuters article we read before, and it's about Pam Bondi being fired. So let me just really quickly put it on the screen. Let me turn that volume off. Okay, here is the video on Pam Bondi. One moment, please.
I will fight every day.
President Donald Trump on Thursday removed Pam Bondi from her post as U.S. Attorney General. The move follows mounting frustration with her performance, including her handling of files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which drew renewed scrutiny of Trump's past friendship with the late financier and sex offender.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
During a combative hearing before a House of Representatives panel earlier this year, Bondi responded to criticism with political attacks directed at lawmakers. She also refused to apologize or look at Epstein victims and their relatives who attended the proceedings.
So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
Trump had also reportedly grown frustrated that Bondi was not moving quickly enough to prosecute his critics and adversaries.
These were corrupt, radical left Democrats, because Comey essentially was he was worse than a Democrat.
The targets included former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, neither of whom faced criminal charges after investigations, with both cases ultimately dismissed. Bondi's ouster could lead to a shakeup in strategy at the Justice Department, and potentially a renewed push to deploy the U.S. legal system against Trump's enemies. In the interim, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal lawyer, will lead the Justice Department.
Good morning.
I will fight every day.
President Donald Trump on Thursday.
Okay, so I wanted to play that because I had forgotten to play that for you before. We should talk a little more about the bridge. Let me see if I have anything updated on that. What happened to our volume here from Tel Aviv? There we go. Our viewer Dean R says, "I think Kash Patel could be next." We also should check marine traffic as well. We'll check marine traffic in a minute. In a minute, we will check marine traffic. It's on my list. By the way, some of our viewers have mentioned Tulsi Gabbard and claimed there are reports that Trump is thinking of firing her. The Trump White House put out a statement saying Trump has total confidence in Tulsi Gabbard and any insinuation otherwise is fake news. And the White House press secretary reposted this, and the White House a rapid response account posted it. POTUS has total confidence in Tulsi Gabbard, and any insinuation otherwise is totally fake news. Frogging Molly thinks Gabbard knows way too much. They can't afford to fire her right now. Shin, who I follow for Iran Report, says intense anti-aircraft activity over eastern Tehran now. I need to grab a little more water. I need to take 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We're going to keep the coverage going. I just need 1 minute. Hang tight. Steve will be back in menu? In menu. Not even in 1 minute, in menu. Oh, then there's a typo up there. This is awful. What am I doing? What am I doing? All right, that's it. Give me 1 minute, I'm coming right back. Okay, we're back. Oh, Michael Horowitz just posted a video. I follow Michael. He says parts of the bridge in Karaj are still burning. I'll post a link to that in the chat. If you're looking for a video and photos of the bridge, I'll put a link to an article from The War Zone in the chat. Remember, President Trump said that the U.S. had blown up this bridge. He called it the biggest bridge in Iran. And he said, does certainly look like a big bridge. And he said, if I can pull it up again here for you. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Right here. President Trump said about 6 hours ago, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much, much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late, and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country. President Trump. This is in Karaj, about 10 miles or so outside of Tehran, by my reckoning. Iran claimed that this was a bridge under construction. They claimed that 8 civilians were killed and 95 injured in the bombing of this bridge. Axios says it is the first time the U.S. has targeted civilian infrastructure in Iran. Hold on a second here. And as I mentioned, there are some reports that claim a U.S. official said the Iranian military was using the bridge. I don't know if that's true. For example, Barak Ravid had said that a U.S. official told him that the bridge was attacked because it was used by the Iranian armed forces to try and secretly move missiles and missile parts from Tehran to launch sites in western Iran, and for giving logistical support for Iranian military in Tehran. The Iranian foreign minister posted and said, this is from the Iranian foreign minister. He said, as you can see right here, striking civilian structures, and you can see he posted a picture of the bridge, now with a big hole in it. Striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. It only conveys the defeat and moral collapse of an enemy in disarray. Every bridge and building will be built back stronger. What will never recover damage to America's standing. Another thing that the foreign minister of Iran posted today, which I mentioned earlier, is he said, "There's one striking difference between the present and the Stone Age. There was no oil or gas being pumped in the Middle East back then. Are the president and the Americans who put him in office sure they want to turn back the clock?" Our viewer Irish Sweetness thinks the worst is yet to come. Olive Kelly says they didn't even give a warning tap before a bridge strike. I haven't heard any such thing reported. Black Cat says, but it does put a dent in moving military equipment. Sharkingly thinks there are several highways that have the same route as the bridge did. That I don't know. I'll have to look at a map. I mean, they were building it for a reason, but I don't know exactly where. I don't know exactly where it is. Was it on one of these roads? I mean, there's several roads between Tehran and Karaj. A3380 says Al Jazeera reporting the Revolutionary Guard said they will target 10 bridges across the Gulf in retaliation. I haven't seen that yet. Iranian military makes all kinds of threats, so maybe they will. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they could have done it before and they've been holding back, or if they just don't have really the ability to do it. I mean, they have the ability to fire missiles, obviously, between, though, the accuracy of them and also the possibility they'll get shot down. I don't know how realistic to think it is they would do it, or with drones, although I don't know that drones would knock down a bridge or stop it from being able to work. Hang on. Yeah, Iranian state media said that the bridge was hit twice around an hour apart. We read the state media earlier about that. Fox News says the bridge is considered the tallest in the Middle East and was only inaugurated earlier this year. Iran says it was still under construction. Fox News says the Revolutionary Guard has reportedly identified several bridges in American allied nations across the Middle East as potential targets. To repeat, I don't know how realistic it is to think the Iran will or can hit those bridges and blow up those bridges. I mean, I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying, is that something they could do but have been holding off on doing? Or is it just going to be very difficult for them to do that? Shin reports intense jet activity over Iran. Maybe there'll be another bridge hit tonight. I don't know. There was that, again, I mentioned this before, there was a very strange comment, strange because of, I haven't seen it anywhere else, by Trump, where he talked to Time this morning, and Time said that Trump this morning told them that 3 bridges has been hit. Trump told Time this morning, according to Time, we just blew up their 3 big bridges last night. I have not heard a report of any other bridge beside that one being hit. Iran's Mehr news agency says air defenses activated against hostile targets in Tehran. Al Jazeera reports warplanes are flying over Tehran and air defenses have been activated east of the capital. That is from Al Jazeera. Okay. So multiple reports of a bunch of warplanes over Tehran at the moment. One of our viewers said they think Iran is making empty threats as usual. Sandy Poole says this is quite an excursion. Mr. Blackwell says, I believe there will be a major attack/invasion tonight. Hey, the markets are closed. The markets are closed at until Sunday for oil, Monday for stocks. Shin says 2 blasts in eastern Tehran. Is Trump making an announcement? I have heard nothing. I would not use posts in our chat as a reliable source about information in this war, because I've certainly seen a lot of false posts in our chat from people. No, there is nothing about Trump speaking anytime soon. I've seen absolutely nothing on it. Zero. Nothing. Bahrain announces that the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So apparently some sort of, I would think, Iran drone/missile attack going on in Bahrain right now. D's Gun says, you have never seen any lies from me. There's supposed to be an Artemis news conference at 8:15, like an update. I don't know. I might show some of that. We'll see. Yes, Pure Blood. The Navy announced that the aircraft carrier that was getting repairs, the Gerald R. Ford, is now repaired. They did not say it's in the Middle East. They said the Gerald R. Ford departed Croatia on April 2nd following a 5-day port visit for scheduled repairs and resupply. It remains poised for full mission tasking in support of national objectives in any area of operations. So no word that it's going back to the Middle East. We'll see, though. Oh, yeah, no, we got to check marine traffic soon, too. Somebody reminded me. AFP's Ramin Khanizada says jets over Tehran. Al Jazeera says warplanes are flying over the skies of Tehran and air defenses have been activated east of the city. Tasneem claims that the IRGC shot down a drone. That's what they claim. They show a few small pieces of it. I think it's supposed to be an Israeli drone of some sort because they have some pieces with Hebrew writing on them. It's not a. They have some small pieces in Iran state media Tasneem. I'm going to start timing people out who are posting stuff that I believe is just trolling false posting. Oh, by the way, the bridge that Trump said the U.S. destroyed in Karaj, near Tehran, the New York Times said that bridge is part of an ambitious highway project intended to connect Tehran to the Caspian Sea, giving motorists an alternative to windy mountainous roads. The highway itself is used regularly for commerce and many Iranians who travel back and forth for weekend getaways. The Times also say some experts in the law of armed conflict say a country's infrastructure could be considered a legal and legitimate target if the infrastructure is used by its military or plays a role in military operations. There are a couple, boy, we haven't even seen many of these. There's a couple rocket alerts in northern Israel. Not, maybe rockets fired from Lebanon. I mean, there hasn't been a missile alert since we've been on the air. I don't even know if there's been a rocket or drone alert since we've been on the air. You know that? We have hardly even looked at this so far alert map during the broadcast. Kind of strange. Shranko says, but I thought Iran was winning. There are no more alerts there. Don Dion said they did have a missile get through earlier. I posted a video. I didn't see details on that. I did post a video hours ago of reportedly a missile that hit somewhere in Israel. If I can find it here. Petah Tikva, Israel. I'll post the link in the chat if you want to see it. It's on my X account as well. Shout out to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Beth Mythical is moderating right now over on YouTube. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, so much for moderating. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairiedon, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. Also, thanks Annie Cush for subscribing on Twitch, and Seed Music for subscribing on Twitch, and Johan Rosenberg for watching, and Koagoose for subscribing on Twitch. I got delayed thanking people on Twitch again. Not good. My fault. Thanks to Kay Larry, Body Margaret Riley for moderating over there on Facebook. Paul Anderson. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X for moderating. Thank you so much. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers. Excuse me, Twitch subscribers like Justin D. Winters, and Wall Street and Shaggy and Tenfold and X Wisco Joe. Also to Atomic Farting, our subscriber, Holistic Charlie Underfoot, Hugh J, Hot Richard. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Strong One, Zim5, Douthis, Stream the Memes, Eddie Gaming, Sharkingly, thank you. And let me shout out some of our YouTube members like Irish Sweetness, Turned Off, Claudiot, Cromeri, This Is How We Do It, Bluesy Girl, Harper Ann, Paula Faust, Zolo Milko, Sydney Dr. McRib, The Knight's Palace, Bunker Buster, Gary Baines, Buffalo Woman, Jerry Kovacs, EIM, Chris N, Haruna Q, Nathan Kirk, J.K. Senar, Irish Sweetness, The Steak Pie, all of our other members over there on YouTube. Dobie Needs New Socks, Blondie, Chris Rowe, Paula Faust, Haley Girl, thank you. There have been in the last 20 minutes or so a lot of reports of warplanes over Tehran. What they might be striking or will strike, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Will there be any more bridges struck overnight? It's about 2:40 Iran time. I just saw a video that looks like either an interception or a cluster missile in Bahrain from like 10 minutes ago. But I'm not sure. Should we take a quick look at marine traffic? Let's look at marine traffic. Let's look at marine traffic. Guys, it's marine traffic. Look, there is, oops, I have to turn. There is marine traffic. There's the live shot. There is the Strait of Hormuz, Iran on the north side. I have to do the thing where I replay the last 24 hours so we can look at what's moving through. Did that ship move through? That's a container ship. Let's see. If we go to past track, yes, that is a ship that has gone through. You can see it right here. Look. It took that route around Larak Island, which the ships that Iran is allowing to go through, it takes, this is not the normal route. The normal route would be through here. Why did they go through there? Are there mines in here? I've heard reporting Iran wants to verify the ships when they go around this way anyway. That does look like a ship that has gone through. In the past, just in the past day. In the past day it's gone through. Look. And then this ship, just so you know, the CMA CGM Caribe. What kind of ship is this? No, it's this one. What happened? Is it still there? There it is. That is it says owner France, reported destination owner France. It says it's a container ship sailing under the flag of Malta. Why that one is going through or allowed to go through, it beats me. Mr. Wandover said CMA CGM is French. Again, your guess is as good as mine as to why that's going through. Did they pay to go through? Not sure. There it is right there. Positioned 4 hours ago. Let me just do something real quick. The one and only thinks monies. Yeah, CMA CGM is a French shipping and logistics company. Interesting. So if it is a ship apparently French owned, how about this one here? That one I'm not sure about. Where did it go? Hold on. Not sure about that one. Let's, if we take the past day and we just start playing it forward, we can see what we got to speed it up though. We can just look and see if anything. Sometimes you see them get close and they go around, or they disappear and then they pop out the other side. Look, Christina V and deep blue. Christina V, deep blue, and Stardust. So will any of these, they all went towards Larak Island. Oh, Stardust is even, didn't even go off of radar. All right, so let's see what, Christina V is there. Stardust is there. All right, it looks like all three of those might have gone through. Christina V, Deep Blue, and Stardust all approached here and then disappeared off of radar, and then they're on the other side. So let's look at these for a second. We want to look up Stardust, Christina V, and Deep Blue. And what I need to do is pull it up here. So if I go back to here and I look up Stardust, bulk carry, there's a bunch of Stardust. I don't know which one this is. Well, what we can do is, that's in the right location. It's currently in the Gulf of Oman. It is reported destination Oman. I don't know who owns this. Flag Marshall Islands. That's a bulk carrier, pass track. Where is it? I don't even see the pass track. Is that correct? Is it the other Stardust? Bulk carrier. No, it's not that one. Well, I think it was the first one, but I'm not really sure what that was about. How about Christina V? Christina V, bulk carrier. Right location. That's currently located in the Oman Gulf. It's a bulk carrier sailing under the flag of Liberia. It says destination Brazil. Ah, see this one? Christina V left from up here. From Iran, right? It was in Iran. Am I right here? Yeah, it was in Iran and it left. This ship left from Iran and it went through the Persian Gulf and it got close to the Strait of Hormuz and then it disappeared here off of radar. But presumably it actually went around Larak Island, that's just estimated path. But presumably the actual path is around Larak Island and now it's out. But that's a ship that left from Iran. One of our viewers said Brazil is part of BRICS. He said that, if I can pull it up here. I can't find the comment. But I will mention BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, Chicago, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, the UAE, and Indonesia. An international organization. Okay, so that one looks like it went through, and the other one I was going to look up was Deep Blue, which also looked like it went through. Did I say Chicago? What did I say? Oh, my brain must have not worked. Some people said I said Chicago. I'm in Chicago, which maybe made my brain not work. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, the UAE, and Indonesia. I'm sorry I said Chicago. It must be because I'm in Chicago and I'm thinking about Chicago. Hold on. Oh, Deep Blue is an oil/chemical tanker. Look, Deep Blue, it's an oil chemical tanker under the flag of Panama, destination Fujairah, UAE. And this boat seems to have gotten through as well. So it's interesting. This one left, where did it leave? Looks like the UAE, right? Looks like it left from the UAE, then it went towards the Strait of Hormuz, and I'm guessing again it went around here, and then now it's over here. But I cannot comment on, I have no idea for any of these particular ships why Iran is letting them through. Could be all kinds of reasons. Scotty says maybe paying bribes. You know, we have seen over the course of the war some ships going through. So maybe they asked nicely, said Admiral SAS. Anyways, those going through. Some seem to go the other way too. This is over the last 24 hours, what's going on. And some actually seem to come in, you know. I mean, Iran is shipping its oil out. Don't forget, Iran is still shipping oil out from the Gulf. So some of these must be carrying Iranian oil. There's another CMA CGM one. Yeah, see the CMA CGM Caribbean? That one just went around. You can see it right there. Oh, it's cool. It has a little wake thing. Now, before the war, on average, I think about 130 ships would go through there. So we're not seeing those kind of numbers. But you're seeing some in the last 24 hours, some activity there. Okay. And then here's the current. That's the current situation. That's marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Anna M. says Iran is making more on oil now because of the price. Admiral says it's cool seeing the paths of the ships. Let's see if we have any updates here. Yeah, we've hardly had, oops, why are we like that? Sorry about that. I was just looking at updates. Now where's the, hold on, now I'm missing this. There we go, sorry. What was I going to say? There's been very few, since we've been on the air today, very few alerts. I think we've looked at the SOFAR map one time. Our viewer Jim Aconia says, I wonder if Iran is using the money to hire mercenaries. Stella says you should be able to change the icons on marine traffic from arrows to little ships. One of our viewers claims, Abby G says, I'm in the UK. 3 of our gas stations didn't have fuel. I haven't heard of gas stations in the UK without gas, but BBC had an article 3 days ago where they said there are sporadic reports in the UK of some gas station forecourts in Northern Ireland that were closed. Fuels industry UK and the petrol retailers association said, we are aware of reports circulating about fuel availability at a small number of forecourts in Northern Ireland. Supply is slowing normally. There is no need for any change in usual buying habits there. Oh, also they say BBC says some local shortages are due to consumer demand. As prices rise, motorists are quick to take advantage of any retailer offering a lower price, for example. Hot Richard says, please no panic buying. What is happening? We don't even know if President Trump is going to use ground troops at all. Everybody's waiting to see what is going to happen. Tick Bag says, doing a great job, Trump. Air superiority always wins. Josh Lacey says, what is happening? Some of our viewers are putting gas prices in the chat. Steel Penny says, 405 New Mexico. Discordia Fairchild thinks New Zealand is in for a very rude awakening once our normal shipments of diesel become scarce. Our viewer, Kathy Kim, said he saw a demonstration today in Copenhagen, Denmark, a pro-Reza Pahlavi demonstration. Oh, I guess something else that is happening is the Canadian Space Agency said that they have there's one Canadian astronaut on the Artemis. They said a couple minutes ago, ESA service module will provide the last push needed to send Orion on a trip of about 4 days to and around the moon. That push will last about 6 minutes. There's supposed to be a briefing from, I think, at 8:15 about Artemis, so maybe we'll show it, or we'll show some of it. Hold on. Why is it I just went to the NASA? Oh, there it is. They're showing some stuff on the NASA feed. I'll keep an eye on it. Phoenix Rising said the petrol station near me is out of fuel when I went to fill up. Al Jazeera reported just a few minutes ago that their correspondent says explosions heard in the Kark district of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Al Arabiya says Iranian media reports echoes of a massive explosion in the vicinity of Qajir and Parachin in Tehran. Al Arabiya also reports that Iranian media reports echoes of massive explosions in scattered areas of Tehran. Oh, by the way, maybe I'll put it on the air because they're gonna do it. They're gonna do a new burn on the spacecraft on Artemis. It's going to be the thrust that sends them around the moon eventually in a few days. Let's see here. See they're there right there? Well, I put the audio on, so you should hear it in a second when they speak.
Integrity, saws are configured for the burn.
Copy saws.
The calls you hear in Mission Control Houston coming from Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch up to the crew aboard Orion. The solar array wings have been configured into the position for the burn. They are moved forward up toward Orion and away from that orbital maneuvering system engine. This protects the solar arrays during the burn, keeps them safe from any loads that may be imparted from the thruster as it fires. Again, coming up on 11 minutes until the time of ignition, and we are standing by for Orion to maneuver into the burn attitude.
Okay, I'll put this. I'll put that we have 11 minutes. 11 minutes for that. So let's go back there in about 5, 6, 7 minutes or something, and we'll check in again with them again. That's NASA Mission Control. Mission Control. Which is, are they in Texas there? Is that where they are? Oh, did I say 6, 7? Does anyone know, where are they? Oh, it's Houston. Flight controls in Houston confirmed, blah, 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 blah. Beirut, Tel Aviv, and Houston. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Smash Mod says Texas Johnson Space Center in Houston. FHF says 9 minutes till ignition. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, but we'll watch when they do the ignition. Let's see here. Remember, oil went up a bunch in the last day since Trump spoke, starting when Trump spoke. But the oil markets are closed until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. WTI crude, U.S. crude, 111 or so. Brent crude around 109. We're watching Houston for Artemis because there's going to be, Artemis is going to get the last boost it needs before heading to the moon. It's going to fire, I guess it's rockets? Rocket or rockets? in a few minutes. I think the toilet was fixed. I thought we heard that last night, although I'm not positive. Brandon says it's fixed. Yes, NASA posted. Crew and ground teams successfully troubleshooted Orion's toilet. I'm going to post that. That deserves a post. I didn't see that before. Oopsie. One moment. Amy Bray says Christina is an engineer and she fixed it. I do think this is probably, I don't know that we've ever done a stream on this war where we have less looked at the so far red alert map. I think I've only had it up one time for maybe 1 or 2 rocket alerts in northern Israel, and that's it. It's very interesting. Yplex says calm before the storm. I have the audio on for NASA now because in a few minutes they're going to do that. Could get some more thrust.
Coming up on 1 day and 1 hour and 10 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And we've just marked 5 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, which will send us to the moon.
Translunar injection burn.
Our crew, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen are all aboard the spacecraft, which is properly configured for the burn. This commits us to leaving Earth orbit and moving beyond the moon. It also is our deorbit burn and commits us to coming home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. The spacecraft is in the proper attitude, the proper configuration, with its solar array wings swept up toward the spacecraft, allowing the orbital maneuvering system engine, which will conduct the burn to prevent it from imparting any loads on those solar array wings. This will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn, at which point Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth.
So you heard all that.
It remains quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as teams continue to monitor their systems. Everything's still looking good, and everyone go for translunar injection.
So this is where they get the propulsion that's going to send them eventually to the moon and take them out of Earth orbit. That is in the next couple of minutes. That's why we have it on the screen. Hey, CNN is reporting that roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still intact and thousands of one-way attack drones remain in Iran's arsenal. according to recent U.S. intelligence assessments. 3 sources familiar with the intel told CNN.
3 minutes now until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn.
That's what CNN is reporting. That's from Haley Britsky. One of the sources told CNN we can keep...
Orion now 190 miles above Earth's surface. 248,600 miles away from the moon.
One of the sources told CNN we can keep blanking them up. I don't doubt it, but you're out of your mind if you think this will be done in 2 weeks, said one of the sources to CNN. That's a new report from CNN. I cannot
flight
confirm
controllers
it.
here, Artemis Mission Control in Houston.
Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore says, curious, have you recovered Lebanese military retirement from the border, letting IDF push further into Lebanon to dismantle the IRGC funding system to Hezbollah? Are you saying, have you covered like the Lebanese military not trying to prevent Israel from coming north into southern Lebanon? I never heard any... For what it's, I don't really know much about the Lebanese military. I believe that Hezbollah, well, I have not heard any kind of reporting suggesting there was any expectation that the Lebanese military would be fighting against Israel as it moves north into southern Lebanon. There's an interesting question about the relation between the two and why they don't.
130 miles above planet Earth. As we mark
I'm not aware that was on the table at all.
Until the time of ignition of the translunar injection burn. Correction to an earlier report, that will be a 5-minute and 50 burn on the orbital maneuvering services engine.
I'm not aware that the Lebanese military could put up a serious fight against Israel, but I don't know what kind of dealings they have between the two.
Live view from Orion now of Earth.
Oh, look. So we're about to see, there's Earth. Sorry. We're doing some bonus coverage of Artemis getting its, from what I understand, they're going to get some additional thrust for about 6 minutes that's going to send them towards the moon.
10 seconds until translunar injection burn start.
10 seconds till translunar injection burn. Bonus coverage. Oh, they lost the picture. They've been, once in a while it goes to blue. I've seen that before. One of the viewers...
Integrity, good engine, good control.
We show the same. Feels great up here.
I guess it's happening.
At MET, mission elapsed time of 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission. As Orion was flying 115 statute miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon, we have the start of the translunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years.
Translunar injection burn.
Again, this will be a 5-minute and 50 burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine, part of the European service module.
The spacecraft is igniting its main engine on the service module for 5 minutes and 49
Continuing
seconds.
to hear good calls here from Prop in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Integrity, looking good.
Integrity copies.
Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up, now over 23,900 miles per hour.
Maybe I'll put this on the screen. Do I need this on the screen? Maybe I can make it small. Again.
2 minutes into this 5 minute and 50 second burn. Continuing to get good calls here in Mission Control Houston from all flight controllers.
This is NASA.
Integrity, we copy the enabled caution, no crew action.
Okay, integrity copies.
The crew did receive a caution on their screen and have no action at this time. We continue to burn the translunar injection burn.
They got a caution for something.
Integrity, similar caution, no crew action.
Another caution.
Integrity copies.
Over 3 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. These live views coming from Orion as it looks back on Earth, leaving high Earth orbit and beginning its journey to the moon. We are now 230 miles above Earth, 246,500 miles away from the moon.
I don't know
Again,
what the
this burn
caution is.
started on time, MET, mission elapsed time, 1 day, 1 hour and 14 minutes. We are targeting a 5 minute and 50 second burn. We've just hit the 4 minute mark into the burn. Quiet here in Mission Control Houston as flight controllers continue monitoring all systems. Everything looking good. We have 1 minute left in the translunar injection burn. Everything continuing to look good. Again, these live views coming to you from Orion as it looks back on Earth and begins its journey to the moon. And this, a live look inside Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Jeff Radigan monitoring all of the Orbit 1 teams. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman has also joined us in the room to monitor the translunar injection burn. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major burn for the mission because this also serves as our deorbit burn.
So again, they're not going to need any additional engine firing in theory, to get back. This will propel them around the moon, and then they'll naturally, thanks to gravity, just go around and come back.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
Integrity copies.
Confirmation from teams here on the ground to the Artemis 2 crew aboard Orion. We have translunar injection burn cutoff and early reports that it was a very good burn.
A very good burn. So now they're headed now to go around the moon and then come back.
Orion now 520 miles away from Earth. Just 5 minutes ago, we were only 115 miles above Earth's surface.
Wow.
That distance will continue to increase as we are now on a trajectory to fly around the moon for the first time in over 50 years.
That's nice. Very nice. That's in a few days. I think in like around 3 days. By the way, thanks so much to... Somebody gave a bunch of memberships. Tormented Tantalus gave 50 memberships. Oh my gosh. Tormented Tantalus. That is very nice of you. Wow. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you got a membership from Tormented. Very generous of you.
Live views from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back on Earth following completion of the translunar injection burn. The burn that commits us to flying around the moon. It also commits us to a return to our home planet on flight day 10 and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. But for now, these views of Earth as Orion starts its journey.
Thanks to A. Wendy for being a member as well. I really appreciate that, A. Wendy. And again, Tormented Tantalus, that was very generous of you. Thank you so much. We'll keep this on for a couple more minutes here. Keep an eye on it. Again, CNN is reporting today that roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still intact and thousands of one-way attack drones remain in Iran's arsenal. Oh, also, Candy Larson gave 50 memberships. Thank you, Candy Larson. Wow, that's very generous of you, Candy Larson. How about that? 50 people got memberships from Candy. Please make sure you thank Candy or Tormented Tantalus or somebody else if they gave you memberships. That was really nice of both of them. Also, thanks Blues Wasted
This is
for
Artemis
being a
Mission
member.
Control. 1 day, 1 hour, and 24 minutes since liftoff of Artemis 2. We have just completed the translunar injection burn. Preliminary reports of a good burn. Again, this commits us to flying by the moon and coming back home on flight day 10. We're approaching 1,000 miles away from Earth. Just 10 minutes ago, we were 115 miles above Earth's surface.
Thanks also Blues Wasted and LB. Thanks Blues Wasted for being a member. And
since launch, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit. This allowed the teams to check all systems aboard the spacecraft and gain that confidence that for this first flight of humans aboard Orion, we were go for translunar injection and a flight to the moon. That go that came this morning from the mission management team and later this afternoon from the flight control team in Houston. Crew reported that they were go as well. And now we are going.
I think Candy Larson gave 50 more memberships. Am I right about this? That Candy Larson gave 50 more memberships. So Candy Larson gave 100 people in the chat memberships. Wow. That is incredibly generous of Candy. Candy, thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Yeah, between Candy and Tantalus, 150 new members. And then we got 5 more members given by... Ronald Kane gave 5 more people memberships. That's very nice of you, Ronald. Thank you. So a bunch of our viewers just became new members. Hey, that's really kind of you. Again, thank you so much for supporting the channel. So nice of you. Really, really nice of you. Thank you. Some generous membership givers. YouTube chooses who they go to, but I think you have to enable something on your, there might be something you need to enable on your profile to be able to receive one. I think the mods have some information about that. If they, I don't know if the mods have it. If they can let you know. Oh, there it is. It just got posted right now in the chat there. Thank you again. So nice of you. All right, at this point, I think we can. I'm gonna get rid of the. Should I get rid of the art? I mean, Artemis. We watched the fuel. What is it called? The translunar injection burn. We did watch it. Oh, also shout out to Mark Grenfell, who gave 10 more people memberships in the YouTube chat. So nice of you, Mark Grenfell. Thank you. More new members there. Wow. Thanks, Mark. A number of new memberships. Can I make it smaller? I mean, I can for now. I'm not going to leave. I don't think I'm going to leave the audio on. I mean, it's just kind of, it's going to take them several days to get to the moon. I believe 3 more days. Somebody said, why can't I super chat on YouTube? Yeah, so again, there is currently an issue with the super chat on this channel, which I know sounds strange, but I've been speaking to YouTube about it. They know about it. They're fixing it. They're sorry it hasn't been fixed yet. It's just kind of a crazy thing that happened. And so they are working on, basically at any moment it should be fixed, but I don't have an exact time for you. So I do really apologize about that. Again, I am in touch with them. It's just this weird thing that happened and it needs to get fixed. So that's why it's not working right now. But it's the best I can tell you is it's supposed to get fixed as ASAP. Again, I think around 3 more days to reach the moon. Okay, now what we need is, maybe I'll turn the audio back on from Beirut. Try to see what it sounds like there. Oh, I don't hear anything. One moment. Oh, thanks also to Michael Hutchinson for being a member. Thanks, Michael. And Darren175 for being a member. Thank you. And Tormented Tantalus, thank you so much for the memberships. And for being a member as well, Tormented Tantalus. Also, Tony X1Z, thanks so much for being a member. By the way, Candy Larson, I'm not kidding you. I believe Candy just gave 50 more memberships. Candy Larson has now given 150 memberships. That's incredible. Candy, that's so generous of you. Thank you so much. Please thank Candy or Tormented Tantalus or anybody else if they gave you a membership. Michael Hutchinson just gave 5 people memberships too. Thank you so much, Michael Hutchinson. That's really nice of you. And again, Candy Larson, has given 150 people memberships. Thank you, and welcome to all the new members over there on YouTube. Welcome, and also on Twitch, thanks to Annie Cush for subscribing. I think I might have thanked Annie Cush before, but thanks again. Wow, that's incredible. Think about, we just got about 300 new members in the chat there in the last little bit. Welcome, new members. And by the way, our viewer Coops is it or Oops? Coops gave 5 people memberships. People are giving out a lot of memberships. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Coops. So more people just became members. Oh, is there an early warning? I think we have a missile. Our viewers said there's an early warning. Yes. Tel Aviv area, guys. Tel Aviv area, early warning. Early missile warning, Tel Aviv. And some other areas. So what I need to do is go to the Tel Aviv feed and make that bigger and hope that they don't turn it off, because we may hear sirens. Usually, sometimes they zoom in, sometimes they turn it off. If they zoom in, they'll leave the audio on. So we need to put the Tel Aviv audio on. And give me a moment. Oh, thanks to Zolo Milko. Zolo Milko, thanks for the membership, Zolo Milko. And also John Turpin. John Turpin gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, John Turpin. And also Stephen Kish gave memberships too. Thank you, Stephen Kish. Gave 5 memberships. Thanks, Stephen. So nice of you. So we have a, right now, we're looking at Tel Aviv, and there are missile pre-warnings for Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. And what I need to do is check something. Yes, this is the only Tel Aviv feed I have right now. So let's hope that they zoom in rather than kill the feed. Oh, also, hey, Kristen Nicole gave 5 more memberships. Thank you, Krista Nicole. That's really nice of you. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you, Krista. Very kind of you. Again, early missile warning. I'm hoping they zoom in and keep the volume on so we can hear it. This is the first missile warning we have had during our coverage today. Early missile warning. Shin, who I follow for Iran stuff, says huge blast in western Tehran province. Shin also claims that this launch was from Damavand/Absard in Tehran province. Thank you, RDG. RDG, thank you for the membership, the gift membership, RDG. Also our member Air Bear, thank you. We're waiting for sirens, although if this camera doesn't zoom in, you probably won't hear the sirens because they'll kill the shot. They can't show the sky during the missile attacks. So we need it to zoom in so we can keep hearing. Well, hold on. The alerts have not happened. The alerts have not happened yet, so it's the early warning. Oh, you know what I should do? Hold on. I'll do this. I'll put the SOFAR map up. This is the SOFAR map. Camera zoomed in. But just so you can see, this is the SOFAR, TZOFAR red alert map on the screen that I normally put on full screen. But I just have that up there just so you can see what happens when the alerts happen. I'll take it off of there. Actually, maybe what I'll do is I'll do it this way, if I have time. I'll put it right up there so you can see it. You are looking at Tel Aviv. All right, there are the alerts. There are the alerts right there. You can see it right there. There are the alerts, including Tel Aviv. So the alerts are up there, including Tel Aviv. We should hear sirens any moment now. We should hear sirens any moment now. The alerts include Tel Aviv area. So we're now waiting for the sirens. Missile alerts right now. Should. Heartless opinions as I'm currently in a shelter with my children. Stay safe there, please. You know, we're not hearing them right now at this location. One of the viewers said you could hear it on Intel cams. Oh, I should put Intel cams up just so I can see it. I thought we would be hearing them by now, but we have not. None so far. Viewers said that they heard them on Intel cams. No, the audio is on this shot. We're just not hearing them there. I don't know why. Now you're hearing them, right now. There you go. I'll put up Cat Meowski's feed. Hold on, I gotta put up Cat Meowski's feed. This is from Kat Miowski. Oop, it's Kat Miowski, not Car Miowski. It's Kat Miowski. Sorry. Who owns that camera? I haven't heard any explosions yet on these on this camera. Let me see what's being reported right now. Hang on a moment. I believe the alerts are gone, but let me see what's being reported about this. I'm seeing a report of some possible cluster explosions from Hot News, which I follow for Israeli news. Possible cluster explosions? The government does not allow news cameras to show the sky. That's why the big camera, which is a Reuters camera, cannot show the sky. Did some people see stuff did people see stuff on Intel cams? Is that what happened? Let's see here. Okay, N12 News says at least one of the missiles launched has a cluster warhead. Waiting to get more updates here on what happened with this missile or missiles. But at least one reportedly with a cluster warhead. I do not know yet if there has been any kind of damage or anything. Haven't heard yet. Waiting to hear. Seeing a video of possibly some kind of damage in the I can't tell. Possibly damage in the Tel Aviv area? I'm not sure. I do not have word on whether there was damage or injuries. Waiting to see. Waiting to see. Thanks to Lonely Lego for watching. One account I follow, iNews18. I'm going to turn this volume down. iNews18 on Telegram says a fall into the sea was detected in the area, in the Metro Tel Aviv area. I have not seen any reports of injuries yet. N12 News says, MDA teams are conducting searches in the Bnei Barak area on suspicion of an interceptor item falling. Interesting. The event has ended. The event is over, so people can leave. People can leave their protected areas, but we don't know yet. Again, according to N12 News, MDA teams are conducting searches in the Bnei Barak area on suspicion of an interceptor item falling. Bnei Barak is to the, if I have this right, to the east of Tel Aviv, in the Metro Tel Aviv area. Ooh, I'm seeing a picture, I don't have the rights to it, but I'm seeing a picture online of a missile fragment, of a fragment of metal in Bnei Barak. N12 News says reports of several shrapnel sites in central Israel. No casualties reported so far. No casualties reported. Okay. Several shrapnel sites, no casualties reported. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned that there were other firings in the military. And AZ Intel mentioned this too. I'm trying to find the original report. Thanks, AZ Intel, for posting that. Oh yeah, Jennifer Griffin posted this as well. I actually missed this from like an hour ago. So Stephen Benyon of ABC News reported that in addition to the Army Chief of Staff, the highest ranking military person in the Army, who was fired by Hegseth, who was told he had to resign by Hegseth today. He fired 2 additional Army generals, according to ABC News' Stephen Bennion, the head of the Army's Transformation and Training Command, and the U.S. Army Chief of Chaplains. Now, the Chief of Chaplains, Major General William Green, is African American. I have no idea if that has anything to do why he was fired. And General David Hodney is the head of the Army's Transformation and Training Command. But they have both been fired as well, according to Stephen Bennion. Yes, the Chief of Chaplains has been fired from the Army. Well, fired from his job. Maybe, I don't know that he's fired from the Army. It sounds like he's fired from his job in the Army. I'm going to change the headline back. I'm going to actually say that. Say the Iran war. I'll check and see if I have any additional reporting on this. Give me a moment here. Turn off this volume. I'm going to put the Beirut camera back on. This is not a particularly interesting camera, especially when it's zoomed in. Okay, so there's, right there, there's Tel Aviv. There's Tel Aviv and Beirut. Putting on the Beirut volume. Oh, Beirut and Tel Aviv. Oh, but once again, we're hearing stuff moving around on the Beirut camera. Oh, thanks, by the way, to, hold on, I owe a couple thank yous. Thank you to Kate89 for the gift membership. Thank you, Kate89. What I need to do, I'm not eating quite yet, but I got to turn the oven on. Oh, Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. So hostile missile and drone attacks now in Kuwait. They just posted that. No, I'm still in Chicago for a little while longer because I was here for the conference this week. The conference is over, but I'm still here, so I don't have the air fryer here. Turning on the oven. All right, give me about, by the way, Thomas Massey, who was one of the sponsors of the Epstein Transparency Act, said to Todd Blanche, the new acting Attorney General since Pam Bondi was fired, he said, "Congratulations, Attorney General Blanche. You now have 30 days to release the rest of the files before becoming criminally liable for failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act." It's the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I need about 20 seconds. Give me just like, I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds. Hang on. Hang on. By the way, hey, thanks to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. Thanks also to our member, Frosted Flames. Thank you, Frosted Flames. That was the first missile alert we'd had the whole broadcast. Oh, thanks also. Flying High gave 10 memberships. More new memberships in our chat. Very generous. Flying High, thank you. So many new memberships today. Very kind of you. So we mentioned today that Pete Hegseth has reportedly forced the top military officer in the Army, Randy George, the Army Chief of Staff, who's a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's a military advisor to the president, he was forced to resign by Pete Hegseth, according to multiple reports. And the Pentagon has confirmed that he has resigned. The Washington Post says, with George's ouster, Hegseth has remade nearly the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff, a panel of senior military officers at the Pentagon that advises both the president and the secretary. The only ones remaining from when he took office are General Eric M. Smith, Commandant of the Marine Corps, and General B. Chance Saltzman, head of the Space Force. Early last year, the Trump administration fired General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, head of the U.S. Navy, Admiral Linda Fagan, Commandant of the Coast Guard, and General James Slife, Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Hegseth later asked General David Alvin, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, to retire early last fall. In many cases, the firings and forced removals have occurred without explanation, although Hegseth has long criticized senior military leaders who championed diversity initiatives or exhibited what, in his view, was a lack of loyalty to President Trump. A disproportionate number of those targeted by Hegseth, according to the Washington Post, have been women and minorities. It was not immediately clear why Hegseth targeted George or the two other Army officers, two other Army generals fired today from their posts. And let's see here. General Hodney, who was fired today, was selected to lead an organization training and transformation command that General George had prioritized. While Hegseth had sought to upend how military chaplains minister to and support service members, and he has frequently touted Christianity. He fired today the chief of army chaplains. Thank you, Rachel Frankenberry, for becoming a member. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. And the firing has come in the middle of a war, obviously. Michelle Lauzon, our viewer, thinks it's going to rain bombs tonight. Oh, I think I missed the first 20. I'm not going to play it here. About 20 minutes ago, I think this news conference started on Artemis. But if you want to do it, you can go to NASA. If I hear any really huge news on Artemis that's unexpected, I'll certainly talk about it here. The Israeli police said police received reports of rocket fragments falling in the Tel Aviv area a short while ago. Police, border guards, and explosives experts are working to secure the impact sites. No injuries have been reported at this time. That, I believe, is from the latest missile launch from a little while ago. Joseph Harley says, I think Artemis had a secret mission in addition to flying to the moon. Nick Nack says the oil markets are closed. Yes, because Friday, Good Friday, oil markets closed, stock market closed in the U.S. Stock market is closed. Nick Nack thinks we will sweep. Says I bet we even see the ground invasion tomorrow. MDA says they are the emergency medical organization in Israel. They say, at this stage, no reports of casualties have been received. James Perry says perhaps the generals fired were not supportive of Trump's conflict resolution. That I don't know. Parabola says, I think tonight through Easter Sunday will be significant escalation. What I'm going to do is take about a 1 minute break, 1 minute, and come right back. Maybe put a little food in the oven. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute, and I'm coming right back. It's a little big. See? Here we go. All right, 1 minute. I'm coming right back. One of our viewers just said Tulsi and Cash are definitely next. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators who are here for our coverage. I really appreciate it. Moderators like Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen, Ruth. Thank you to all of them. Had a lot of moderators here. Thanks to, I don't know if I want to read that name. I'll say Creamy. Thank you, Creamy, for being a member. Sorry if I miss any members. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there's an issue with the super chat on the channel. That's why you don't see it on YouTube. YouTube is aware of it. They are in the process of fixing it, but unfortunately it's not fixed yet. Thank you to our moderators on Twitch, like Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah, who are moderating over on Twitch. Huge thanks. Thanks of 9 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Jim1231 for your support on Twitch. Oh, I missed Little Nerd Dork gave 10 memberships out on Twitch. I mean, gave 12 gift subscriptions out. Little Nerd Dork. And then, see, this is why I wasn't I gotta pay attention more. And Navita also gave out gift subscriptions on Twitch. 5 of them. I think they gave them out. I didn't even check over on Twitch when everybody was giving out memberships on YouTube. That's so nice. And Scary Atheist gave out 5 gift subs on Twitch. That's so nice of them. Navita, Scary Atheist, and Little Nerd Dork. That's very nice of you guys. Sorry, I've been doing a bad job of checking and thanking the Twitch people today. Terrible. That's so my fault. Thanks, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderating over there on X. Thanks to our Facebook mods, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you so much. Barry Eisler, thanks for subscribing over there. Kathy Arbar Merritt on Facebook. Christy Claft, thank you. Helen Anderson, thank you. Maybe we should do a quick poll, because remember, the stock market in the U.S. is closed tomorrow. The oil futures market is closed until Sunday. So, will there be a big escalation this weekend? That's my question. That's going to be our poll question. We haven't done a poll yet. got to get it posted everywhere. Hold on. Define big. I'm not defining big. Did I cover the meeting about countries about the Strait of Hormuz? I'll have to look that up. I mean, I didn't really. I just got to look it up. It didn't strike me as something so deeply impactful, but I'll have to look at the details. Yeah, I mean, there's a story that... Oh, do you mean... I thought you meant... Oh, this was a different story, I think, than I thought you mentioned. All right, let me check this. Hold on a second here. I thought you were talking about countries that were looking to open the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Let me double check this here. Yeah, I have to find the story, but I did see, for example, I don't know if this is what you were talking about, but well, there's a Reuters says Britain will host talks today aimed at forming a coalition of countries to explore ways to reopen the Strait of Hormuz after President Trump said securing the waterway was a problem for other nations to resolve. So, we're hearing some gunfire. Is that the meeting you were talking about? Starmer said reopening the waterway. Oh, one European official said it was expected that any first phase of any plan for reopening the strait would be on ensuring the waterway was free of mines, followed by a second phase to protect tankers crossing the area. I don't know that anything's going to happen there anytime soon. My understanding is if military escorts started escorting ships, it would not replace the traffic because it would be much slower to move through there in terms of the number of ships that can move through, and also that the escort ships could be targets as well. So I'll believe that there's a big escort movement when I see it. And also, they're not going to do anything while the U.S. is in there. Oh, let me show you the poll. Let me show you the poll results. Sorry. Here's the poll result. Hold on. Here's the poll. You said yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no. What did you say? Let's see what you said. Over on YouTube, the current poll result, I said, will there be a big escalation this weekend? 74% are saying yes. 74% think there's going to be a big escalation this weekend. Wow. On Facebook, 85% on Facebook. Really? Really? Big escalation. And on Twitch, a little more measured on Twitch, but not much. 66% on Twitch say yes. Little Dork says, don't we get the vote poll animation? I just showed it like a minute ago. Were you not watching? Are you behind, Little Dork? Play it again? Maybe this one time I'll play it one more time. You don't want to overdo it. Don't want to overdo it. You know? Thank you to Fweaky Beats for watching over on Twitch. AKM said it is overdone. So most of you think that there's going to be some kind of big escalation this weekend. Thanks for voting in our poll. N12 News posted a video showing some significant damage in a building in Ramat Gan, which I believe is outside of Tel Aviv. And no injuries reported from the latest missile attack. There was reportedly a cluster missile. So maybe that caused damage. Reuters says concerns about the impact of the rising cost of energy on the global economy have prompted European countries to try to form a coalition to explore ways to reopen the waterway once a ceasefire is agreed, assuming that the U.S. doesn't. I'm not certainly positive that the U.S. is going to end the war without doing anything about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. That would certainly be interesting if that happened, but we'll have to see. Take this as you will. I don't know if this is true. The Atlantic is reporting that several people familiar with the White House's plans told us there are active discussions about others leaving the administration, including Kash Patel, Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, and Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. I don't know if that's true. That's what the Atlantic is saying. It looks like there are a number of damage sites in Israel from, I think, probably the reported cluster missile that was fired. One or more missiles fired about a hour ago in Metro Tel Aviv. It didn't say, I didn't read the story in the Atlantic, so I don't know if it said the why those discussions are happening. But in the last month, I mean, he is now ousted two people, Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. The Wall Street Journal reports that Iran said if its islands are invaded, it will expand its targets to offshore oil platforms. It has also threatened to hit vital infrastructure like power plants and desalination facilities. I was just looking at a couple different reports here. .408 Israel time. Yeah, I'm going to have to eat shortly. Shortly. The Financial Times reports the price of crude oil cargoes for immediate delivery, oil you need now, not futures, has risen to its highest level since 2008. for immediate delivery, they say dated Brent for immediate delivery is now at over $141 per barrel, up from $128 a day earlier. That's for immediate delivery. That's not the usual Brent number you see, because that number is futures. All right, maybe I will, in a minute or two, I'm gonna grab some. I have this food here. What I'll do is, the usual thing. By the way, Cashew the Kitten said Politico said Lutnick may be the next to go. What I will do is just eat I'm not going very far. I'm going to be here, but just eat off camera, and then what I'll do is, I'll be watching what's going on while I eat, and if something big happens while I'm eating, I'll just stop eating. Politico says President Trump is thinking about making changes to his cabinet. And Politico says he's expressed frustration and disappointment with the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. So you're starting to see stories about possibly other cabinet changes. Yeah, I'm not showing the NASA press conference right now. I'm aware it's on, but if you want to, you can go over to NASA. It's been on for a while now, but if you want, you go over to NASA and check it out. NASA on YouTube. Retired Ricky thinks his frustration over the war is starting to spill over. That's an interesting question. I don't know if he's frustrated about the war. I can't tell you. Let's do this. BSH says going as planned. Okay, so I'm going to go eat some of my food. I'm leaving the stream on, of course. And I'll keep an eye out for what's going on. If there's some huge development, I will come right back immediately. Otherwise, I will come back after I eat. So I really appreciate everybody watching. Feel free to hang out while I'm eating. Turn the volume up some more. Volume up. You can listen to the birds if you want. And I will be back shortly after I eat. All right? We'll see you in a few minutes, a little bit. Hello, everyone. I am back. I heard a little gunfire. We're going to do some more coverage here. Give me one moment here. I also have to keep an eye on the weather here. It's there's not a tornado warning, but there's a tornado watch where I am. In Chicago, I'm still in Chicago for a little while longer. I haven't even checked the radar, though. Where is the... I have it on my phone. I'll have to look at this later. Yoda is in McHenry County. All right, give me one moment here. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Yuri Uransky from Israel for your support. Yuri Uransky from Israel. Thank you, Yuri. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. Now, the rain you're hearing is in Beirut. Yeah, we're getting storms moving through here right now. Hopefully over soon. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that ends in about 10 minutes here. Okay. Let's get back to any updates. And I'm seeing that sirens are sounding again in Bahrain. Sirens sounding again in Bahrain for some sort of missile/drone alert, some sort of attack in Iran. That's happened several times since we've been on the air. No, the rain is not from Chicago. Well, actually, you can hear it. It's raining outside, so you might be able to hear a little of that. There have been reports of airstrikes the last couple hours in Iran. I don't know what's been hit at all, but there's been reports of it. Reports of planes flying over there too, and planes flying low. No, guys, there's no kind of reliable reporting of any kind of U.S. or Israeli plane being shot down. Iran regularly says they shot down U.S. planes. I haven't heard of anything I'd consider remotely reliable on that. I did read something about Iran and Oman meeting. Iran's deputy foreign minister for legal and international affairs said Iran was drafting a protocol that would allow Iran and Oman to oversee transit through the Strait of Hormuz. I have to look up more on this. But where is the map? Here. So Oman, it's interesting, Dubai is there too. But if you look at the map here, here is Iran, there's the Strait of Hormuz, and there is Oman. This is part, I guess this is part of Oman right here, right? Yeah, this is Oman. Oman is at the very north here. That's Omani territory. Does Oman have the coast or not? I did not know this. This part of Oman is broken off from the rest of Oman. Look at this. The part closest to the Strait of Hormuz is here. So Oman is broken up? I gotta look this up. Musandam Governorate. There, Musandam Governorate is, it's an enclave separated from the rest of Oman by the UAE. How about that? Its location gives Oman partial control, shared with Iran, of the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't know that. But Iran, I guess, said today why are we seeing a light? Is that we're seeing a light blink on and off. I don't think that's a airstrike. Is it? We just saw a flash. I didn't hear anything. I'm going to read that thing from Iranian media. Yeah, I know we heard gunfire before. I'm trying to find the report today where Iran talked about controlling the Strait of Hormuz with Oman. I haven't. Is this it? I don't see it. I went to IRNA, which is an Iranian state news, to try to find the statement about Oman, and I can't find it here. Try one more thing here. Again, the Iranian foreign minister said that we are drafting a protocol for Iran and Oman to supervise transit in the Strait of Hormuz. That'd be some sort of agreement between them. Anyways, there's this question about, I believe Iran has said they want to charge ships for going through the Strait of Hormuz. What's going to happen in the long run with the Strait of Hormuz? What if President Trump decides the U.S. should leave the region without opening up the Strait of Hormuz? A lot of rain there. Barry thinks there will be a toll from now on. Did you see the flashing light again? Was there a light that flashed again? Hormuz tariffs, says ex-Lion Tabor. Kuwait just put out a notice. Kuwait just put out a notice that says, there is no truth to what has been circulated through some social media sites regarding the possibility of a radiation leak in the country. Readings in the atmosphere and territorial waters of the state of Kuwait are within normal levels. I don't know why they said this. Specialized teams are continuously monitoring the situation, and the radiation monitoring system is operating around the clock with efficiency and competence. That's interesting. I don't know what the rumors were. I'd like to translate in that and post it. I'm going to post that right now. No, it doesn't really post right. Just do it this way. Anyways, 4 minutes ago, the Kuwaiti National Guard just posted there is no radiation leak in the country. I don't know. I don't know what the rumor was in the country. They said there were some social media rumors. It's raining. Does Kuwait even have a nuclear plant? No. No active plants. Oh, so that's interesting. I was just looking this up. So Kuwait is not that far from Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. I mean, not far in a certain sense. So there's Bushehr, and then there's Kuwait. Oopsie. Bushehr is right here. So we're talking about, I mean, less than 200 miles distance. I don't know if these social media claims were claiming that something happened at Bushehr or something like that. Qatar said everything was normal too, said our viewer. I didn't see that. Cyrene said, I'll have to look. I didn't see the Qatar report.
I'm going to show you this tweet that's...
Oh, Qatar, National Guard spokesperson. Qatar denies, if that was 5 hours ago. This is from 5 hours ago. Doha News said that the Qatar's Ministry of Environment said there was no radiation. According to Doha News. The Ministry of the Environment said radiation levels across the country remain within natural and safe limits. Here, look, this is from Ministry of Information in Qatar. Is that what it is? Oh no, that's Kuwait. Ministry of Information in Kuwait. There is no truth to what has been circulated through some social media sites regarding the possibility of a radiation leak occurring in the country. I don't know what the rumors were. Yeah, so clearly there were some sort of social media rumors, but I don't know what they were. I had not heard them anywhere. Why are we hearing, I got to turn the sound down because we're hearing this TV or something on there. We're hearing a TV. They have the TV on. Can't have the TV playing. I saw another viewer mention this story. Russia will ask the U.S. and Israel to cease fire while it evacuates staff from Iranian nuclear plant. Iran has one working nuclear plant, which Russia helped to build, I believe, at Bushehr. Reuters reported today that Russia will ask the U.S. and Israel to ensure a ceasefire while it evacuates more Russian staff from the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran, said RIA state media in Russia. Russia's head of their state nuclear corporation said that a final wave of evacuation involving about 200 people is tentatively scheduled for next week. Russia built the initial reactor at Bushehr, and staff are working there on construction of additional units. So apparently Russia is evacuating its remaining staff from the Iranian nuclear plant. By the way, thanks so much to Shaf. You know, Shaf just gave 10 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's really nice of you, Shaf. Thank you. So many generous people giving out memberships tonight over there on YouTube and gift subs on Twitch. One moment here. Are they still watching TV over there in Beirut? Let's see. Yep, still playing the TV. Actually, I may have another. I don't know what the sound on that one's going to be like. I have another stream from Beirut. I don't think it's manned though, but I can put the sound on at least. Appreciate everybody being here, watching. Let me pull up. Maria says the cameraman is very good at catching things. Yeah, the Beirut cameras, the man ones, are quite good. How is this volume? I have volume from a different Beirut camera. Yeah, that's the other Beirut camera. So I'll leave that volume on for now. It's still Beirut. Nathan Kirk thinks Iran is really prepared for the long game. It's interesting. The Wall Street Journal has an article today about the Strait of Hormuz, and they say that they talked to a professor at Johns Hopkins University who said that to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz now matters more than their nuclear program because it's their deterrence. He says the only reason they're surviving this war is the Strait of Hormuz. And he said they think it's their only source of deterrence and could be their only, well, it's their only source of revenue, I guess, between shipping oil through it and also, maybe charging tolls. The Iranian parliament, the Wall Street Journal said, did pass legislation that would require passing vessels to pay. And also prevent non-friendly countries from going through it. Another expert said that ending the war soon, while Iran is still in control of the Strait of Hormuz, would be a geopolitical disaster for America's allies and partners in the Middle East and beyond, said an expert the Wall Street Journal talked to. I should find that thing about, hold on. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. By the way, thank you so much. Wow. TE88 PFCR. TE88 PFCR gave 50 memberships. Wow. 50 memberships over there on YouTube. 50 new memberships. People have been so generous with the memberships tonight. Crazy. That is so nice of you, TE88. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Please thank TE88 or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. That was really nice of TE88. Lots of new members. TE88 says, welcome new members. That's really kind of you, TE88. Thank you again. I really appreciate that. Thank you. More memberships. I was trying to find more about the whole Hormuz tolls parliament vote. So again, Iran's parliament approved a toll plan this week for vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the parliament passed something saying that there would be restrictions on going through the Strait of Hormuz for countries, for vessels linked to the U.S. and Israel, and also restrict no access for countries that have joined unilateral sanctions against Iran. It has not become a law yet, that bill. According to Anadolu Agency, it needs to pass a full parliamentary vote and be reviewed by the Guardian Council and signed by the president. Hand of the camera person. But, you know, if President Trump just said, let's end the war, and Iran was still in control of the Strait of Hormuz, that could obviously have a huge impact on the world economy, including on the U.S. So I know he has said he might do that. I personally would be surprised if he did that. But the other problem is it's not, how do you open it up? Antonio Llanos says paying a toll is nothing. Well, how much is the toll going to be? I don't think it's going to be $5. TE88, I'm not kidding you, gave 50 more memberships. TE88, that is so kind of you. Wow. So TE88 basically just gave 100 memberships. Gave 100 people memberships. Thank you so much, TE88. That's so kind of you. TE88 PFCR. Also, The Real McCoy gave 20 people memberships. Thank you, The Real McCoy. Very generous of you, The Real McCoy. Thank you. The Real McCoy 1984. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you guys. So many new members there. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription on Twitch. Thanks, Cece, for the bits on Twitch. I appreciate that. But a huge number of new memberships tonight. Thank you again. Much appreciated. The Real McCoy and TE88. Let's see here. We have had one missile alert during this whole broadcast. And I think one rocket alert and no drone alerts in Israel I'm talking about. Krankendat thinks Iran is out of steam. We did a poll earlier, and most of you thought there would be some kind of major escalation this weekend. A weekend, which is a long weekend because of Good Friday, so markets closed on Friday, stock market closed, oil markets closed on Friday. Thanks, Stephen Kish. Thank you, Stephen, who's our member. Stephen says Iran is very weak. No joke, TE88 gave 50 more memberships. 50 more memberships. I think TE88 just gave 150 memberships. Or was it more than that? I don't even know. Did I lose count? Is it 200 or 150? Someone help me here. Was it 200 memberships? Can someone help me with the count? I missed one of the 50s? It was 200? I believe that TE88, I'm not kidding you, PFCR has given, I'm not joking, 200 memberships. Unbelievable. Please thank them. Please thank TE88. Also, Stephen Kish gave 5 more memberships. Thank you, Stephen. That's very nice of you. So many new members tonight. Please thank someone if they gave you a membership. Wow. That's so kind of you guys. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. There were so many, I missed one. Thank you again. TE88, so nice of you. And also, Ronald Kame gave 5 more memberships. It's going to upset the people who don't get one. That all these people are getting one. Thank you, Ronald. That's really nice of you. Oh, you know, I have the Jerusalem skyline on Good Friday. Jerusalem skyline. That's Tel Aviv, obviously. There is Jerusalem. There is Jerusalem. There were just more memberships given out. Tormented Tantalus just gave out 50 more memberships. Crazy. Tormented Tantalus had already given out 50 tonight, I believe, in addition to those in the past, a significant number in the past. So Tormented Tantalus has at least given out 100, maybe more. Wow. Tormented Tantalus. Wow. Amazing. Thank you so much. Look at all the new members over there. So many new members. Thank you for that. Very kind of you. And also, Swepin Tony, thanks for being a member. I don't know that we've ever had so many memberships in one broadcast. It's almost, well, it's 5:35 Israel time. Also, it's unbelievable. Somebody else just gave more memberships, I believe. Did I have that right? Somebody else. Yes. Gordo's 48 gave 20 memberships. That's from Gordo's 48. 20 memberships. More new memberships. Please thank Gordo. If you got a membership from Gordo, thank you so much, Gordo. That's really nice of you. What can I say? Thank you so much. It's crazy. Some people are asking about troops. No ground troops are doing anything from what we know. No major undertakings with ground troops. A couple thousand or so Marines had arrived, I think, around a week ago, and some more Marines and airborne troops are supposed to arrive in the coming weeks. I don't know exactly when, but I mean, I still feel like we're in that place that we've been for like 2 weeks now. We've talked about this, where something's got to give. Unless President Trump decides to leave without opening the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't think he was. I thought he was going to. I would find that surprising, but he could. But if he doesn't want to do that, well, Iran doesn't want to give up the Strait of Hormuz, so what's going to happen? And it's felt like we've been waiting for a while now to see how was that going to develop. Remember, overnight or earlier today, the U.S. hit a major bridge in Karaj outside of Tehran, and President Trump suggested that there was going to be more of that. Yeah, back to the Stone Age. We've already talked about it a couple times, so I don't want to go into it like super detail again, but remember President Trump said, "The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again." He said, "It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late, and there is nothing left of what could still become a great country." What still could become a great country. So is that a new strategy of some sort? I don't know. We just got a question from captions. I'm always getting questions about captions on YouTube. Kenneth Colton mentioned it. To repeat, I cannot do captions on YouTube. YouTube has automatic captions, but you can only have automatic captions on YouTube if you use the highest latency setting. If I use the highest latency setting, then it will take a long time for me to see your messages and the chat, and it just delays everything. So I can't use, because I'm interacting with the chat, I can't use the highest latency setting because I want to see when you say what you say around the time you say it. So therefore, I am unable, for whatever reason on YouTube, the automated captions only works with the highest latency setting. Therefore, we can't use it. I wish we could. But we can't. It's just the way YouTube is set up. So I'm sorry about that. Hold on a second here. To refresh the chat window. Give me a moment. Somebody said, has there been proof that Iran mined the Strait of Hormuz? Well, I'm not aware of proof in the sense of I haven't seen, a camera go out there in a boat and see the mines or something like that. There's been many reports of it. I can't remember if Iran themselves said they did it. I thought Iran themselves said they did it, but there have been numerous reports of it. But again, I don't know what you mean by proof, but the answer is basically no. No joke, I'm not making this up. TE88 just gave 50 more memberships. TE88 PFCR has given 250 memberships. Unbelievable. T88, what can I say? That's incredibly generous of you. Please thank TE88 if you got a membership, because 250 of you did. By the way, I also do want to thank Haley Girl gave some memberships too. Thank you, Haley Girl. I appreciate that. That is so nice of you. TE88, thank you so much for supporting the channel and for giving all these people in the chat the memberships. I think 250, if I have that right. Do we have a new Trump Truth Social? Breaking news, new Trump Truth Social right now. New Trump Truth Social. Wow, this is big breaking news. Big breaking news. Check it out. I don't want to oversell it though. Could be big breaking news. Could be in the future. President Trump says, our military, the greatest and most powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next, then electric power plants. Breaking news. New regime leadership knows what has to be done, and it has to be done fast. He is threatening the bridges again. He is threatening the bridges for the second time today and saying electric power plants. All right, hold on. I'm putting the headline on the screen. Breaking news, major news. President Trump has just posted, our military, the greatest and most powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next, then electric power plants. This really does seem like a new strategy to threaten the destruction of civilian infrastructure. A bridge was destroyed earlier today. New regime leadership knows what has to be done, and it has to be done fast. President Trump. Big breaking news. Remember, Axios said that the bridge destroyed today in Karaj was the first civilian infrastructure destroyed by the U.S. This is, again, make no mistake about it, this is President Trump saying the U.S. is going to destroy civil infrastructure, civilian infrastructure in Iran. This appears to be a new strategy to try to get Iran to surrender, to open the Strait of Hormuz, to do what the U.S. wants. This is a big news. Levered Up says, sounds like an escalation to me. Thank you, by the way, to War Just War for being a member, or for giving a membership, War Just War. Some of our viewers think this is a war crime. But this is breaking news. Do I have my breaking news graphic? Hold on. Oh, hold on a moment. I know what's going on. See if I can put my breaking news graphic up there. Breaking news, ready? Breaking news. Well, this is at 10:45 Eastern this was posted. One of the viewers said, what about the citizens? Big breaking news. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get that on the screen. Well, I want to arrange the screen a little bit. I want to take your comments on this. We're going to get reaction to this. Just bear with me. I'm going to get it on the screen here. What I need to do is get this off the screen. Oopsie. Hold on. Okay, we're going to put this here. Actually, what I should do is this. Put this there. Now we save this. Now we're going to put this up here. I'm going to get it on the screen for you. If you give me a second. Image. There it is. Okay, so we take this and we put this right there. So now you can see that. Okay. Good. So we have that on the screen. Oops, I didn't do it well enough. We have that on the screen so you can see it. Good. Now I'm going to get a little audio back on from the sound of what's going on in Beirut. Beirut audio. Wow. Big new post from President Trump saying the U.S. is going to destroy the bridges next and then the electric power plants. Republic of New England says, shocking. This seems like a really big deal to me because this is feeling like a policy change. Oh yes, one of our viewers mentioned that there were some drone alerts in northern Israel, just to mention this real quick. Drone alerts in northern Israel. Oopsie, I need to do this. I'll let you know what I hear. The oil market is closed. The oil market is closed until Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Enigmatic thinks Trump is just blowing air like usual. Well, will we see in the next couple days some more bridges attacked? Nathan Kirk thinks it's war crimes. I wonder what Iran will have to say about this. Dustin says, how many times has he bluffed on blowing up power plants? BG says he's applying pressure, trust the process. Thank you, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Thank you, Ed Weeby. And Ed for the gift membership. Thank you. It's nothing new. Oh, I completely disagree that it's nothing new. I completely disagree. This is specifically saying bridges. Which the first, and this comes after one was already destroyed today, and after he mentioned bridges today. And the early post today said, after one had been destroyed, apparently the first time the U.S. has attacked civilian infrastructure happened earlier today, where a large bridge was taken down by the U.S. or bombed, not taken down completely, but bombed and destroyed. Has a big, the road is missing in part of the bridge now. And he said earlier today, pulling it up here, he said, the biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again, much more to follow. That's all he said, much more to follow. But that was the first time I've heard him threaten explicitly bridges. And now he's saying bridges next, then power plants. Yeah, he has threatened to blow up power plants if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened, although that deadline has been bumped a couple times. But this is mentioning them both at the same time, and it seems, and this is after the U.S. has already blown up a bridge. This to me seems like a new strategy. It's a new strategy to me, which is we're going to go after your civilian infrastructure. Yeah, Getting Hut says, is there still a deadline? I don't know if the April 6th deadline is still in effect. Now remember, the markets are not open this weekend. They're not open tomorrow. Are we going to see the U.S. attack bridges and power plants possibly this weekend? Would he have posted this message while the markets were open? This message coming about, 6-7 hours after the stock market closed for the weekend, and about 5 hours after the oil market closed for the weekend. Yisrael Lior Masor says you can almost guarantee he will attack them this weekend. Chris N. thinks bridges, yes, power plants after the deadline. Supercarnation thinks he is making most of the markets being closed. Fletch says I'm mischaracterizing it. If a bridge or power plant is used by the military, it's a legitimate target, even if it's also used for civilian purposes. I said nothing about the legitimacy of targets. What I said is it's civilian infrastructure. Just if there's a bridge and the military is riding over it, that doesn't mean it's not civilian infrastructure. What I said had nothing to do with war crimes or legitimacy of target. It was civilian infrastructure. Now, if you're reading into civilian infrastructure can't be used by the military, well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that. I didn't think I was implying that. Also, I will say, in President Trump's post, he doesn't start saying, we're going to destroy bridges that are usually used by the military and power plants that the military is using. He's saying bridges and power plants in general. That's what he's saying. When you start saying bridges and power plants, and not qualifying it, that suggests to me you're going after them in general. Now, let me just say this also. Let me just say this. If you say, well, President Trump is going after these things because they're military targets, how many times has President Trump said over and over again that the U.S. has already obliterated and completely defeated the Iranian military? He has said it again and again and again and again and again, that the U.S. has totally defeated the Iranian military. So it makes much more sense to me to interpret this as going after civilian infrastructure than going after these important military targets that are helping the Iranian military, because he is on record as saying that they've completely defeated the Iranian military. So if they've completely deleted the Iranian military, I don't know what the big deal is about going after the bridges in. I don't know how much the bridges and electric plants are supposed to be helping this military. So I just think it's a more reasonable interpretation to say he is trying to suggest that he's going to, and he has also said yesterday, bomb back to the Stone Ages. He said it multiple times yesterday, bomb back to the Stone Ages. Pete Hegseth said it. All of this suggests that what he's trying to convey is just deeply destroying the country itself, not just the military. That is the reasonable interpretation to me of what he's saying here based on his past comments. That has nothing to do whether you support President Trump or don't support President Trump. It's just what's the most reasonable way to interpret what he's saying based on his past remarks. There is one rocket alert in northern Israel. I'm guessing a rocket fired by Hezbollah, probably. Rocket or rockets. Let me see if there's any response yet from Iranian media. I'm not expecting it right away, Iranian state media. So I think it's a really big question whether we'll see another bridge taken out in Iran soon, after the one earlier today. Thank you, Famine Studios, for the gift membership. I appreciate it, Famine Studios. I haven't even seen state media in Iran post about it yet. I'm looking at the state media in Iran accounts. Pasta Sosta says markets close and chaos unfolds. Now, something else to keep in mind is if Trump starts attacking bridges and power plants, what does Iran start attacking different targets? Thank you, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Thanks, Ed, for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Ed Weeby. Also, thanks to our member, Pasta Sosta. I really do think, though, that if this post had come out when the markets were open, it would have a big impact. Maybe he wouldn't post this kind of post when the markets were open. I mean, we have seen that repeatedly, right? When he first did his 48 hours threat, or I'm going to blow up all the power plants, that was I think a Friday or Saturday. And then the deadline was extended before the markets opened on Monday. Stock markets. Again, oil market not open. Gary Baines thinks it is a classic Trump post. Steve Holt says, why would he go after civilian infrastructure? Does it make sense? I would assume he thinks this threat will get the Iranians to do what he wants them to do. That would be my assumption. I can't say why he thinks that. Maybe he thinks they're just not willing to accept that that would happen. But I mean, that would be the goal, presumably. Haley Girl says he is trying to strong arm them. Art Langston thinks Trump is trolling everybody. Now, a reminder, the U.S. did for the first time take out a bridge earlier today. It did do it. It did do it. Haley Girl also does not think he is bluffing. I leave it to you whether you think he is or not. Calgon says a lot can happen in just 3 days. I have not seen any comment on this from Iranian state media yet. Our viewer, Maria Oldeval, says all of this is very confusing. Hey, thanks to Gary Baines. Gary gave 5 memberships. Gary, that's very nice of you. Thanks so much, Gary Baines. Thanks also to the gifter, anonymous gifter on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah over there on Twitch. Big thanks. Beth Mythical Ruth on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Thank you over there as well. To our moderators. Oh, I can't even see it anymore. Thank you so much. Facebook, thank you. Oops. Charlotte Webb is over there moderating. Thank you, Charlotte Webb. Thanks to Susan Priest Buchner and Dolly Clark for subscribing, by the way. It is now Friday in, well, it's almost Friday where I am. Friday, well, for almost Friday on the east coast of the U.S. too. Friday in Israel, Friday in Lebanon, Friday in Iran. There are a few rocket alerts in northern Israel right now. Probably Hezbollah rockets. Our viewer Chris True says, Chris True, our viewer, says power plants are civilian infrastructure. When that's gone, there's no coming back. Deals are over. So will Trump order the destruction of another bridge after the bridge today, after the major bridge today? Will he order another bridge destroyed this weekend? There has already been one destroyed on Thursday. Will the U.S. destroy another bridge this weekend? That is my question for you in our flash poll. Okay, I asked you guys. Oh, hold on a second. It's time to do this. It's time to do this. And think about yes or no. And think about it. Think about it. And then put your answer in the poll. Oopsie. On YouTube, the current vote is 85% on YouTube. 85%. On Facebook right now, it's 100% yes. On YouTube, it's 85% yes. Wow. On Twitch, it is 93% yes. Thank you for voting in our poll. Most of you think there's going to be another bridge destroyed this weekend. Is he really going to try to bomb targets like bridges and power plants in an attempt to get Iran to give up and open the strait and give the terms that the U.S. wants it to give in an agreement? Thank you for voting in the poll. We're wrapping up our poll. Over there on Facebook, it was 100% yes on Facebook. D. Knox thinks something big is coming. Thanks, Brian Davio, for the stars. Thank you, Brian, for the stars. On Facebook. Siren sounding, another one in Bahrain. Bahrain has had a bunch of alert sirens while we've been on the air. Daniel Lombard says, all these warnings are ridiculous. The strait still isn't open, and that should have been a breaking point. I think Daniel is saying he should stop warning them and start attacking them, but I might be wrong. I thought that's what Daniel was saying. Scorpion says we'll invade this weekend when market is closed. BMX Kane says there aren't enough troops in the region. Kuwait said warning sirens go off in Kuwait. Kuwait news agency said that 7 minutes ago. Is that up to date? That's what Kuwait news agency said. Maybe it's about sirens earlier, though. Hold on a second here. Oh. Yes, one of our viewers mentioned the Bruce Springsteen post. Shortly before President Trump, well, actually, it wasn't. President Trump posted at 10:41, I think it was, that post you see on the screen. About an hour and 20 minutes before that, he posted, "Is Bruce Springsteen going to sue his plastic surgeon?" He is not happy with Springsteen because Springsteen is not a fan of him. And then I believe Springsteen spoke out against him at a recent concert. Where is it here? Springsteen criticized Trump during his tour opener on Tuesday. In Minneapolis. And then Trump even before that post had posted about Springsteen. Trump said this morning, that was Trump's second Springsteen post today. This morning, Trump said, "Bad and very boring singer Bruce Springsteen, who looks like a dried up prune, who has suffered greatly from the work of a really bad plastic surgeon, has long had a horrible and incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. The guy is a total loser who spews hate against a president who won a landslide election, including the popular vote, all 7 swing states, and 86% of the counties across America. Under Sleepy Joe and the Dems, our country was dead, and now we have the hottest country by far anywhere in the world. MAGA should boycott his overpriced concerts, which suck. Save your hard-earned money. America is back." That was this morning. Our viewer Hoosier says Trump won't bomb electric power plants. He has threatened it too many times. Taco. I haven't seen an Iranian government reaction yet to Trump's post. We'll go a little while longer here. I don't know, I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye on the situation this weekend. As we like to say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But is that post some sort of preview about what's coming this weekend? Here for a short while longer, the conference is over. What I am going to do is take 1 minute right now. I just need 1 minute. That is what I need. Give me just 1 minute. We'll continue. Hold on. Thank you, Cosmic Knight, for watching. We're going to go a little while longer here. And, but what is going to happen this weekend? I don't know if this is true. So we told you we've been talking about how Pete Hegseth today ordered the top military officer in the Army, the military head of the Army, Randy George, Army Chief of Staff. Pete Hegseth ordered him to retire immediately. Was it retire or resign immediately? I think it's retire. I'll get the story though. But, and there's just been this question, why did this happen? So Trip Gabriel with the New York Times, now I don't know if this is true. Trip Gabriel, who's within the New York Times, reports that in part the reason for the firing, and again, hold on, just to show you here, in case you didn't see it. See this? U.S. Army Chief of Staff fired by Hegseth, sources say. U.S. Army Chief of Staff Randy George was fired on Thursday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So, according to Trip Gabriel, the New York Times, the reason for General George's firing in part is Hegseth for months has pressed General George and Army Secretary Dan Driscoll to remove 4 officers, 2 black and 2 female, from a promotions list. George and Driscoll have refused, citing the officers' long and exemplary service. Now again, I don't know if this is true. I'm just telling you, this is what Trip Gabriel of the New York Times is reporting. I can't tell you if that's true or not. I have no idea. I have a quick video about the person who was fired in the firing from Reuters that I'll show you. Here is a video about it, quickly. Where did the story go? Where did the story go? Here we go, right here. Is this it? Here, right here. Here's the video from Reuters about the firing. Trying to play it here.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired Army Chief of Staff Randy George on Thursday, the latest purge among the Pentagon's most senior ranks. That's according to 2 defense officials and a source familiar with the matter who spoke to Reuters. The Pentagon confirmed that George, who had more than a year left in his term, will be retiring effective immediately. The department did not give a reason for George's departure, but said in a statement it was grateful for his decades of service. An infantry officer who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, George was confirmed to the top Army post in 2023. Terms in the role usually run for 4 years. Prior to the job, he was the Vice Chief of the Army, and before that, the senior military advisor to then Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. The office for George did not immediately respond to a request for comment. His departure comes as the U.S. military builds up its forces in the Middle East while carrying out operations against Iran. U.S. Defense Secretary...
All right. So, Wanted to mention that. A little bit here on Reuters has a story also. Trump threatens to strike Iran's bridges and electric power plants, which you already know because I have it on the screen there. But just to give you a little of what they're reporting, they're saying President Trump has warned late Thursday about striking and destroying bridges and electric power plants in Iran in his latest threat to the country's infrastructure. Trump, who has previously offered shifting timelines and objectives for the war, said in a televised speech Wednesday that the war could escalate if Iran did not give in to Washington's terms, with strikes on its energy and oil infrastructure possible. Dozens of international law experts in the U.S. signed an open letter released earlier on Thursday saying U.S. strikes on Iran may amount to war crimes. The 1949 Geneva Conventions on Humanitarian Conduct in War prohibit attacks on sites considered essential for civilians. The Geneva Conventions and additional protocols say that parties involved in a military conflict must distinguish between civilian objects and military objectives, and that attacks on civilian objects are forbidden. While Trump said on Wednesday Washington was nearing the completion of its goals in Iran, he did not lay out a timeline to end the war. He did say 2 to 3 weeks, but in what context did he say it? Trump said, I'll tell you, because I have the transcript here. He said, we're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. He said that. So, okay, that's when he said 2 to 3 weeks. He also said, in terms of timing, he said their Navy is gone, their Air Force is beaten, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran's military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. He said these core strategic objectives are nearing completion, he said yesterday. Right? He said, I can say tonight we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. He said, we're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. He said if there's no deal, we're going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants hard and probably simultaneously. So again, he didn't give a specific timeline. That's true. He said very close. He said we're going to hit them hard for 2 to 3 weeks, but he didn't say that was going to be the end of it. So I was wondering last night, I think when I heard him say 2 to 3 weeks last night, I was reading into it more than probably I should have. Because I was like, well, why was the oil price going up so much after? I mean, I didn't think it was that different than what we heard he was going to say. But maybe the oil people were looking for something more firm. Maybe the oil market was looking for something more firm from him, like will definitely be done in 2 to 3 weeks or so. I don't know. I mean, he did say we're very close. My point last night is I didn't think what he said was so different than what you thought he was going to say. So I didn't know why the oil market went up so much after. You know what, by the way? Facebook is about, I think, did Facebook end? Facebook might have ended. We might start Facebook, but then end the stream soon. Hold on a second here. I got to restart the Facebook stream. I'm just restarting the Facebook stream. It ends automatically after 8 hours. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. One moment here. Our viewer SDG1 says, does that mean the Geneva Convention are going to hold Iran for war crimes, for shooting missiles into innocent civilian areas as well? I understand what you're saying. You're saying the article we read, the Reuters article, was talking about how some feel that attacking civilian infrastructure like on sites like power plants and bridges would be sites essential for civilians would be against the Geneva Convention. And you might say, well, how about Iran? Aren't they attacking civilian sites? But I guess somebody else might say, well, shouldn't shouldn't America care whether it's obeying international law regardless of what its enemies does? I'm not telling you what to think about it. I'm just saying somebody might reply and just say, well, we're not talking about America's enemies. We're talking about the standard America holds itself to. But again, I'm just saying that's what somebody might say in response. I'm not telling you what to think. I understand your point. It's an interesting point. I think we could be getting a bit close, I think, guys. I think we might be getting close to that time. Remember, if there's some huge development, I can always come back on the air. I'll certainly be following this. I don't know what's going to happen in the coming hours. Only one trophy says U.S. has done this before. You forget about the Gulf War. Did the U.S. target bridges and power plants? I don't know if they did. I'd have to go back and read up on the Gulf War, to be quite honest. I don't have a good memory of it. That'd be a good thing for me to do. James the Hook think bridges are fair game, but power plants are not. Anyways, I think we're getting to that time when I wrap up the stream, but again, if there's big developments, I can always come back on the air. But I think for now we're going to start wrapping it up. Oopsie. Now I'm hearing some of it. By the way, I really appreciate everybody joining the stream. I think here. For now we're going to start. Hold on. We're going to start. Okay, I got rid of that. I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream and sending your comments in. And one of our viewers mentioned Pentagon Pizza Report. It says, various pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting high traffic. The past few weeks has been pretty slow. Now it's picking up again. It says Pentagon Pizza Report, at Penn Pizza Report. That was a couple hours ago. So we certainly have to keep an eye on what is going to happen next. Again, really appreciate you being here. And again, I will certainly be keeping an eye on everything. Who knows what will happen? If you'd like, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turn on the notifications because you never know when we're going to go live. And if you have the notifications on, you'll get a notification whenever we go live beforehand so you don't miss breaking news coverage. We have our own free notification system that we have set up. It works great. We did it through Discord. It's the best way to get your notifications, more reliable than I think the other ones. So a lot of our viewers like that way the best. If you want to sign up for those, the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat, or you can find in the description of this video the link to the free notifications there on YouTube and Facebook. And I will post updates on my X account as I do. I post breaking news there. You can follow me if you want on X at Lookner. That is where I post breaking news. Oh, thanks, I Am Charlie, for the membership. I got to thank a bunch of people. Thank you, I Am Charlie. I appreciate that. Let's thank our moderators. They are awesome. They are the reason that we can have the chat rooms and let people with different views share their views. and they keep it under control there and keep it respectful. Thank you so much. Ruth is over there moderating right now on YouTube. Thanks so much, Ruth. And we've had Roberts, May Queen, and Beth Mythical and others over there on YouTube. So thank you so much. On Twitch, people like I Got That Fire and Matthew Kohai 3 and all of our Twitch moderators. And I got to thank some people on Twitch too, which I'll do in a second. Thank you, Twitch moderators. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X. Thank you so much. And also Kay Lowry Body over on Facebook moderating there. Margaret Riley and all of our other Facebook moderators. Andrea Holder, huge thank you for all of our mods. To all of our mods, thank you. Also, hey, shout out to Dave Charles Media for the membership on YouTube. Hey, thanks to everybody for supporting the channel. That's really nice of you guys. We had a ton of people give memberships and gift subscriptions tonight. Wow. People, special shout out again to people like TE88 and Candy Larson and who am I forgetting? Tormented Tantalus? I can't think of the name. Tormented. And others who I have been thanking. Also on Twitch, Nico Gita for subscribing, Jim1231 for your support, Vader of 5 for subscribing. I never thanked Vader of 5, I don't think. Oh no. And everybody for your support. Really nice of you. A lot of people gave memberships who we thanked earlier. So, nope, I Am Charlie. It's still broken there on YouTube. I Am Charlie, they're supposed to fix it any time now. I've talked to YouTube about it. So hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. But thanks so much for your support. It's really nice of you guys. Thank you so much. We do, by the way, have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not on the air, the Discord chat. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Check it out. It's the same link as the notifications link, the free notifications link. And also, thank you to our Discord mods who moderate the Discord chat. Thanks for all your help over there, Discord moderators. By the way, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, follow us at Agenda Free TV. At Agenda Free TV. I always give you a heads up when we're going live over there. Give you updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. And if you watch on YouTube, I would recommend turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. The YouTube notifications. Here's how to turn those on. What you need to do is, subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. Again, subscribe, click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. And I want to shout out some more people here, like on Facebook. And again, thank you again. So many people gave memberships tonight over on YouTube, especially. We had a lot of viewers giving a lot of memberships. Really, really super nice of them. So thank you so much. Thanks to our subscribers on Facebook like Kathy Arbaugh Merritt and Dolly Clark and Christy Claft and Kristen McConnell Gates and Margaret Riley and Kay Larry Body and all of our other Facebook subscribers, Robert Rial II and others. And our, hold on a second here. And our Twitch subscribers like Crankin and Midtown Mike and Random Human and who else? Mr. Mac, Jack's Animals, Seed Music, Hot Rodacy, Timed Out, I think, Jack's Animals, TV's Frankenfurter, not Timed Out, Timido 1, sorry, Hot Rodacy, Sleeping Kisa, G Slayer, Nekojita, Guy from KC. Thank you for subscribing. All of our subscribers over there, thank you so much. Night Owl, thank you. And also our YouTube members, Weaselman, Evelyn in Maine, Berry, Turned Off, Gary Baines, Deadwing, Daisy Clementine, Michael Avery, Bernard Tapey, Gregory Scherer, Wes Downer, Alyssa 1233, The So Faking, Michael Avery, did I say already? I think I did, but I don't care. Nate Pad, Gregory Scherer, Alyssa 123, ACMB, Patrick, David Joel Klotz, Enigmatic MF, Dave Charles Media, Alyssa, Vanilla Coke, Sal, the one and only Deadwing, Tony X, thanks for being members, Parabola, Gary Baines, Survivor, Chung Peter, Harper Ann, Lolly Lollipop, Birdie. Oh, it's not the So Faking, it's the Sofa King. Thank you. So I really appreciate all of our, and everybody else for watching too. Thank you as well. All of our viewers. Much appreciated. Haruna Q, Michael Hoops, thanks. Ola Chow, thanks for watching. Dave the Slave, Admiral SAS, X1011, Oysters 1, thanks for watching. Paula Thompson, Ruben Bishop Willard, Voravut Ingo Suwan. Thanks for watching. Becky Gates Lockhart. All right, we're wrapping this up. It is our time. Again, I will keep an eye on what's happening. Hey, Chi-Town Bear, thanks for subscribing. If I didn't thank you before, and Hugh J. So we're going to wrap this up now. But if there's big developments tonight, I can come back on and do another stream. All right? So we'll see what happens. We'll have to see what happens. All right, guys. So thank you for watching. Again, our update. What will happen next, I do not know. We will see. Lou says, I hope the desalination plants are left alone. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.